little bit of a hold.
When you talk about road trips, you'd like to say play 500 on the road. The Astros would look at a 500 road trip as disappointing the way they're going.
I think the fans would actually be upset. You look at these numbers right here, and we've been talking all season about how this team has been so good on the road. Well, they haven't just been good, Todd. They've been historic. These are just crazy numbers. Yes, they've played well at home, but on the road, they have been absolutely dominating.
They play so well on the road. Their offense scores 6.6 runs per game away from Minute Maid Park. 3 all-star starters amongst those offensive players. When we come back, Julian Morales will have more on the starters, plus the other 2 that were named to the team as we roll on a rainy night in Atlanta.
Day, everyone. The rain is gone here in Atlanta. It looks like first pitch will be around 7:50 p.m. That's Eastern time. These Astros ready to go after a day off yesterday. Only 6 games left before the break. But the big news that came on Sunday was that 5 Astros would be at the All-Star game next week in Miami. Very exciting news for A.J. Hinch to announce in a team meeting before Sunday's game. He went through each player. After that, everyone was able to hug it out. They were able to celebrate these players a little bit before the game began. And then, of course, the phone calls to the family happened just right after that. But what's impressive about how many players will be elected is that this is the first time that the Astros have had 3 position players voted in to be all-star starters. They will be out there, including George Springer, Jose Altuve, and Carlos Correa. These 3, the big 3 in the Astros lineup, have had such incredible years. Month after month, they put up big numbers. It's a big reason why this team is the best team in baseball right now. And well, I shouldn't say all, but 2 of the 3 right there, calling home to their families was a very exciting time, as it was their very first time to be named an All-Star, Jose Altuve, would be for the 5th. However, extremely humbled by the opportunity and by the fans who continue to vote him in and to call him one of the best players in the major leagues. These three, this team could not do it without him. Of course, Dallas Keuchel, Lance McCullers will round out the All-Stars right now for the Houston Astros next week. Exciting stuff for this club, but right now they're trying to focus in on the Atlanta Braves as they go for a 2-game sweep. That's the hope right here on the road. They've been playing so well away from Minute Maid Park. They look to continue that today in just a few more minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll have first pitch coming for you. Up next, Todd Callis, Mike Stanton will be in the booth.
Exact. Beautiful new stadium here, built in record time. They have done a really nice job with this. Don't forget, this is not only the kickoff to a 6-game road trip, it is a Twitter Tuesday on our broadcast here on Root Sports. So we're trying to go back to the first half of the season as we are now getting ready for the All-Star break and remind fans of what they really think about when they think about the first half. What are some of the big moments in the first half of the season? That's our focus tonight on Twitter Tuesday, so send your tweets to @RootSportsSW.
It's going to be interesting to see what people have to say, whether it's an individual game, whether it's a big inning, or if it's just how the team has played all together, being the most dominant team in Major League Baseball.
It started out with the Mariners in town, the very first homestand of the year, and the Astros were struggling a little bit in terms of playing their best baseball out of the gates, but George Springer walked one off down to the last strike of the game.
Yeah, he tends to have a flair for the dramatic, and there's been a couple times in this season so far that he has had some big swings at the end of the game, and a lot of times it is driving the ball out of the ballpark, and that seemed to be maybe a little bit of a turning point. It looked like everybody calmed down, everybody just kind of relaxed a little bit after that celebration, and then just went on a roll.
The first games of May were played against the Texas Rangers, and the Astros made an early statement against a team that had dominated them the last 2 years.
Well, the real question was going to be, what did they do at Globe Life Park? But, they did a pretty good job against the Astros at home, too. And this is a different Rangers team, just like this is a different Astros team. You could tell who the better team is on the field, has been all year, and it started from that very first series.
Mike, for me, one of the most impressive things of this first half of the season was down goes Charlie Morton, then goes Dallas Keuchel following him. They have not only not missed a beat, they have extended their lead with their ace, Dallas Keuchel, on the DL now for just about a month.
Well, part of it is this American League West isn't supposed to be this bad, okay? Yeah, the Astros now are still the only team above 500, but that's not to take away anything that the Astros have done, because they have dominated not just their division, they've dominated the whole league. That's why you're looking at a team that has a record as impressive as they do.
If you're just tuning in and wondering why you're not watching baseball right now, we have had showers intermittent throughout the day. In fact, there was no batting practice today, and this start of today's game, which was supposed to be a 6:35 Central start, has been pushed back sometime in around the 50 mark or so, we should have our first pitch. It is a Twitter Tuesday on Root Sports. Tweet the booth tonight and every Tuesday night. Use the hashtag Stros Tuesday and send your tweets either to us personally at Real Todd Callis, at Mike Stanton RS, at Julia Morales, or more specifically at Root Sports SW. Brad Peacock will be on the mound tonight for the Houston Astros. We'll tell you more about tonight's pitching matchup as we roll on a July 4th right after this.
Pearland, Texas, currently stationed in Camp Lemonnier, Djibouti, Africa. I miss my wife, Stephanie, and my two girls, Kyler and Kenna. Daddy will be home soon. I want to wish a happy 4th of July to my family, friends, and the Houston Astros. May God bless America, land of the free, because of the brave. And one last thing, go Houston, beat Braves. Woo!
Tonight's national anthem is being performed by 129 and counting.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red flag of bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Very cool moment here at SunTrust Park as we get you ready for baseball on this July 4th, 2017. Happy Independence Day to all of you. Thanks for joining us on your holiday. We will have baseball between the Astros and the Braves coming up next on Root Sports. brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. And by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. Welcome back to SunTrust Park in Atlanta, Georgia, Cobb County, where tonight the Braves and the Astros open up a two-game series. Similar to my color analyst for this series, Mike Stanton. Brian McCann started things off here with Atlanta, played for the Yankees, came back as a visitor. And today, you know probably what's going through Brian McCann's head right now. He's probably excited to be back here.
There's no doubt. He had several good years here. He still has a lot of friends. There's still a couple guys in the organization that I know. One of them is the Braves manager, Brian Snitker. He was in the organization way back when I was drafted in the 80s. So he's been around for a long time.
McCann had a little gathering of some of his teammates and coaches and manager. And he spent 9 years here with the Atlanta Braves, and this is still his home.
A lot of big hits, a lot of big swings, caught some very good pitching, and you don't spend as much time in one place that like Brian did and not have a lot of roots that go back here. Liked Atlanta so much, he actually moved here, but he's been a big part of the Houston Astros success this year in dealing with this pitching staff.
A huge part, and I think that's part of what Lance McCullers talked about when he was saying, hey, this guy deserves to be on the All-Star team, not just the raw numbers, which were solid enough, but what he has done transitioning to a new staff is not easy.
Well, if you remember way back in spring training, one of the things that AJ told us was that he had never seen a veteran player that was more excited about going to another team. He was so excited because of what the Houston Astros had started. He was going to be part of that going into 2017. He did his homework in spring training, did everything he needed to do to get the trust from this pitching staff, and I think the Astros fans are actually the beneficiary of that trust.
You saw A.J. Hinch at home plate. He normally gives out the lineup card first game of a series, but especially today because it's a brand new ballpark. None of these guys have been here. They go over all the different ground rules. What's your first impression having played here and now being back here as broadcast?
Well, my first impression, Todd, is you're making me feel old because now it's 2 stadiums ago since I've been a player here in Atlanta. The stadium is absolutely beautiful. I actually owned a home in that's probably less than 2 miles from this stadium in Smyrna, Georgia. Yes, this meeting that was happening down here, it was a little bit longer because the umpires have to go through and tell you all the little nuances, what's in play, what's out of play when you're talking about a new stadium and a first time in.
Astros getting ready for the first of 2 against the Atlanta Braves. Beautiful view right there of what is a sold-out stadium on the 4th of July. We had that incredible flyover right before the game. The flag was unfurled in the shape of the United States. Beautiful job here pregame show, and we are getting ready for the first pitch. And out of the dugout comes the left-hander Sean Newcomb for the Atlanta Braves, leading his team to the field. He'll be opposed by Brad Peacock today. We're going to get underway roughly between 15 and 20 minutes late tonight for our first pitch. Let's take a look at our Astros starting lineup tonight, sent out by A.J. Hinch and presented by Southwest Airlines. At the very top, the guy who leads the major leagues in leadoff home runs, George Springer. Jose Altuve will bat in the 2 spot. He and Josh Reddick flip. We'll tell you more about that as the game progresses. Reddick will bat 3rd against the lefty. Then Carlos Correa. Marwin Gonzalez was playing left field tonight, moving up to the 5 spot. Brian McCann hit 6th. Yuli Gurriel 7. Alex Bregman playing 3rd base. And oh yes, we're playing National League Baseball for a couple of nights. Brad Peacock will get a chance to bat for the first time since 2014.
Pitcher for the Atlanta Braves tonight is Sean Newcomb. He'll be making his 5th start of the season. 24-year-old left-hander. Throws a 4-seam fastball in the low to mid-90s. He's mostly a fastball curveball pitcher. Throws a lot of fastballs early in the count, so the Astros will be able to hunt those. The curveball sometimes is a little difficult to throw for a strike, but it's in the mid to upper 70s, so it is a true curveball.
Watching him in his last start against the San Diego Padres, he's very fluid out there on the mound. Everything comes out of his hand effortlessly, it seems.
He doesn't throw as hard as some other pitchers, but because of that nice, smooth delivery, there's a little deception there just because the ball seems to come out a little bit quicker than maybe what the radar gun states.
He is going from taking on the San Diego Padres on the road, a team that doesn't score a lot of runs in a pitcher's park, to this stadium, which is supposed to be a hitter's park, against a team that scores by far the most runs in baseball on the road.
So, Todd, are you implying that there's a difference between the San Diego Padres and the Houston Astros?
If he's able to deal tonight against the Astros, that will be as impressive as any of the other 4 starts he's had. And by the way, with all the great pitchers that have come through the Braves, nobody has started a career with 4 straight quality starts before Sean Newcomb.
That's actually pretty impressive, and the reason it is because of some of the names that have come through. Now, when you're talking about Glavine, Smoltz, guys like that, you know, they actually struggled early into the season, early in their career. It wasn't until a little later that they kind of got on a roll.
We're getting ready to get underway tonight with about an 18-minute rain delay as we start at 7:53 local. Glad you could join us back watching on Root Sports. A little bit before 7 o'clock, George Springer takes a strike, and we are underway. Springer with 9 leadoff home runs, 4 shy of the Major League record set by Alfonso Soriano back in the 2003 season. Soriano hit 13 leadoff home runs that year. Ball is hit over the head of Freddie Freeman down the left field line on the 0-2 pitch. Springer with an extra base hit to get things going for the Astros. And here they go again, starting out tonight, first game of the road trip with an extra base hit.
Newcomb started George out with 2 fastballs, a called fastball and a swinging fastball. Instead of going to the breaking ball, he went to the fastball again. MD Anderson strike zone. You see George a little bit out in front, but was able to get the barrel on, get it down in that left field corner for an easy stand-up double.
So an 0-2 pitch, and Springer in scoring position. Here's Jose Altuve with a big smile on his face. That usually means he's playing baseball. This guy has as good a time as anybody there is in the game, and he has been named, along with George Springer, as the starting second baseman. Springer, of course, the center fielder for the American League All-Star team. Altuve's 3rd consecutive start for the AL All-Star squad. He tries to hold up, but was called for a swing, 0-1. Like against Springer, Newcomb ahead of the count 0-2.
There was the first curveball of the day, and we saw that there's good speed differential. That was about 76 miles an hour. It dropped in there on the outside corner. Now Jose is in a hole, 0-2.
A little bit of a disadvantage for the Astros. Whenever you come to a new ballpark, you're ideally going to get a chance to work out on the field, take a few ground balls, hit with this backdrop. But today with the rain, no batting practice.
Yeah, if you would have told me about 3 hours ago that we were going to be even relatively close to being on time, I would have said you're crazy. But grounds crew did a great job of prepping this field, only a few minutes late.
Altuve stays alive. It's 0-2. 400 to straightaway center field here. Left center field gap juts out to 385. They have that brick wall in right field in front of the stands, out to 375 in the power alleys in right center, and 335 down the line and left, 325 down the line and right.
The biggest difference between this field and Turner Field is right center field. Right center field and Turner Field was about 390, and the ball didn't carry at all. That's actually where the ball carries the most in this park.
Altuve staying alive.
You put that on top of its 375 in right center field. Now you're talking about a pretty hitter-friendly right field.
Astros and Braves underway after an 18-minute rain delay. Astros will play 2 here in Atlanta, then 4 in Toronto, and then enjoy an all-star break. Things are going so well for Houston in 2017 that last night they enjoyed their night off here in Atlanta, and in the process picked up a half a game on every American League West team.
Yeah, they all lost. And we said in the open that they're the only team over 500. There's not even a team 500. Yeah, this division has not played well.
Swing and a miss. Altuve frustrated with himself. Newcomb picks up his first strikeout.
After fouling a few pitches off, here's the fastball elevated up and out over the plate, even off the plate. And we know that Jose likes to swing, but he did Newcomb a little bit of a favor by going outside the zone.
Newcomb struck out 8 in his last start against the Padres. Now he'll face Josh Reddick. So the reason that Altuve and Reddick switched spots in the order tonight, according to the guy who put the order together, A.J. Hinch, was that he felt like with the pitcher batting tonight, if there was a situation where the pitcher bunted the runner into scoring position and the base was open, that George Springer at the top of the lineup would see better pitches with Altuve right behind him rather than the left-hand hitting Reddick against the lefty Newcomb.
It does make sense. And when you look at George's numbers and all the RBIs he's had, it's because of the bottom of that lineup has been on and done such a good job this year for the Astros.
And it's not like Reddick hasn't done well against lefties. He's hitting as well this year against lefties as his whole career. But Altuve against the left-hand pitcher gives you a little more to think about.
It does. Now, one thing that we have to address here is, yes, we're in a new stadium, new backdrop, all that kind of stuff, but this is also a pitcher the Astros have not faced. So a lot of times, if the pitcher can throw strikes, he actually has an advantage maybe that first time through the lineup, just simply because major league hitters, they really don't like facing guys they haven't faced before that there's no track record.
And Newcomb's a guy who at times in the minor leagues struggled with his command, but he comes up to the big league level throwing strikes. In this game he started out Springer 0-2, Altuve 0-2, and he's 0-2 on Josh Reddick. On the ground right side, past Brandon Phillips into right field. Stop sign for Springer with Markakis out there, and Josh Reddick will be on first base. That looked like a playable ground ball.
Brandon Phillips, a former Gold Glove winner at second base. This play has to be made. I don't know if he comes up on the ball, but it just gets right underneath his glove. Brandon Phillips, a guy usually plays pretty hard, and there's not question about his effort. That one came up a little bit short.
Playing in less than ideal conditions, everything a little damp around the infield, but that is a play, if you're the manager, Brian Snicker, you'd like to see made. So now first and third with one out, and Carlos Correa the batter. Still haven't posted on the board whether that is a hit or an error. Well, Correa has seen Newcomb get ahead of the first three batters. See how aggressive he is here. Swings at the first pitch, softly hit towards Phillips. He's going to try and tag Reddick. He does in time for the double play. Correa hits into a double play to end the inning.
Brandon Phillips with a little bit of redemption right here, turning the double play, tagging Reddick, and then the easy throw to first to get Correa. ...2017. Astros with a couple of hits in the first inning. Braves will line it up this way
with Ender Inciarte, all-star for Atlanta, leading things off, followed by Brandon Phillips. Freddie Freeman getting his first start at third base. Matt Kemp in left field, Nick Markakis in right, Matt Adams at first base. Tyler Flowers catches. Dansby Swanson is the shortstop, and the pitcher tonight is Sean Newcomb.
Brad Peacock getting the start for the Houston Astros tonight. The 29-year-old right-hander, new father. Colton Peacock's wife had just about a week and a half ago. Last time out, gave up 1 run in 5 innings. Walked 6, struck out 7. Did not have the command, but did a nice job of limiting the damage. Ended up getting the win against the Oakland Athletics.
First batter he sees is Inciarte and throws him a strike. Ender Inciarte. When you follow the American League, you might not pay attention as much to the NL and a guy like this, but what a season he's having.
He swung the bat very well. He plays exceptional defense. The Braves actually just extended him this offseason. They thought so highly of him. But this is one of those players that this Braves team, which is rebuilding, is going to be building around.
106 hits on the season for Inciarte, a Gold Glove center fielder. He will be on the National League squad playing in Marlins Park in Miami in the All-Star game 1 week from tonight. Peacock misses upstairs. It's 1-2.
Ender Inciarte likes that fastball out over the plate, likes it elevated, has a little bit of a tough time with the slider down and in, and that is one of Peacock's strong suits against lefties.
Key for Brad Peacock, and he gets a lot of strikeouts, is his ability to avoid the walks. Last time around, those walks really built up on him. Walked 6 in all.
Yeah, just in 5 innings, but he had 10 days off because he was on paternity leave with his wife having their son.
The thing that happened in that game, which was surprising, is Oakland was very patient against him. They did not chase the slider as much as we have seen other teams.
Oakland has a tendency to do that. Now, they also swing and miss a lot. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That's opposite ends of the spectrum. But Brad did a nice job of just staying within himself, not letting the game speed up on him, and he pitched out of trouble pretty much the whole 5 innings he was in there.
Well, now he's gone to 3-2 after jumping ahead of Inciarte. And a ball in the center field. Springer is there. A lot of room to roam out here, and that's usually something that George Springer appreciates. Out number 1. Brandon Phillips, the batter. They called that play in the first inning a base hit, so give Reddick a base hit, no error charge to Phillips. Brandon hitting .291 on the year, .304 since the middle of May.
The long-time Cincinnati Red actually turned down several trades to go to multiple different teams, but accepted this one to come home, being from the Georgia area here.
And returning back home to play for the Braves, and this was supposed to be another rebuilding year for Atlanta, but they sit here right now at the halfway point of their season, 40-41, much better than most anticipated.
Made some signings this offseason, spent a little bit of money opening the new stadium.
Little excuse me comebacker to Peacock, who went down to a knee and makes the play. Brad Peacock throwing out Brandon Phillips. Braves coming off a sweep in Oakland. If they win tonight, they'll be back at 500 for the first time since the second week of the season.
This team wasn't supposed to be this good. Now, there's still a lot of baseball to be played, but the two teams that are really underachieving in that National League East, the Mets and the Miami Marlins, both of those teams, the Braves are supposed to be a 4th place team at best. They've played pretty well this year so far.
Big ovation for Freddie Freeman's return to the Atlanta Braves lineup. Freeman swings to the first pitch and fouls went into the upper deck here at SunTrust Park. Freeman missed 44 games for the Braves. And while Freeman was gone, they picked up Matt Adams from the Cardinals. Adams has done such a nice job in the lineup for Atlanta that Freeman's now playing third base for the first time. Line drive center field. Springer comes on. Diving effort. It's in and out of his glove. He backhands the ball towards second base. Great effort by George, but a base hit for Freeman in his first AB back.
George covered a lot of ground to make an attempt at this catch. And we're so used to seeing George make these plays that when he doesn't, it's kind of shocking. But him with the wherewithal and the ball sitting right next to him, it's kind of with the backhand flip to try and keep Freddie Freeman successfully at first base.
You can see the slickness in the outfield with all the rain turned into a little slip and slide for Springer after that dive. But Freeman a 2-out base runner. Now Peacock will deal with Matt Kemp. Kemp's the guy that was as hot as anybody heading into the month of June. He was batting .352 at one point this season. Down to .306 now. Just .221 his last 26 games. And back to Peacock on one big bounce. And Brad with a couple of assists in the first inning. And we are through one scoreless. In Atlanta, between the Astros and the Braves. Time now for our league leaders presented by Houston Methodist. If you're looking for the best super utility player this season, you've got three guys, Marwin Gonzalez, Hernan Perez, and Ben Zobrist, who have played 15 games at 3 different positions. And of those three, Marwin's numbers.
It's not even close. I mean, you're looking at a guy that should very well be at the All-Star game. But the only reason he isn't, the reason he wasn't voted in was because he wasn't on the ballot. He doesn't have one position. That's what it takes to get on the ballot. He has been a godsend to A.J. Hinch and his ability to move him around and get quality at-bats, regardless of where he's playing defensively.
He was not on the ballot, as you mentioned. I was hoping to see his name as one of the 5 for the final player vote. That did not happen. And here's Marwin Gonzalez, hopefully playing with a little chip on his shoulder. Not if he needs to add any more fuel to the fire, because he's having himself quite a year.
Really a career year, and he's doing it from both sides of the plate. And where he's really increased his power is from the left side against right-handed pitchers.
In the air down the right field line, falling quickly, fair ball. Gonzalez heading to second. Markakis with a throw and not in time. Marwin with a leadoff double. Second straight inning, the Astros have a leadoff runner on second base with a double.
Marwin on the second pitch of that bat. The first pitch was a nice curveball from Sean Newcomb. He gets a fastball. He's a little bit late on it, but keeps it just inside the right field line. Nick Markakis gets over there in a hurry and actually makes a strong throw to second base, but it's offline Marwin leading off this second inning with a double.
Nice ovation for Brian McCann in his first at bat back in Atlanta. They were playing the theme song to welcome back Cotter. McCann played here from 2005 through 2013. A lot of memories here. Brian said it's great to be back at home, sleeping in his own bed, and getting a chance to play against the Braves once again, a team where he grew up.
Had the little party for the team last night at his home, and apparently he has quite a spread in Northeast Atlanta.
Right now he is hoping to at least move Marwin Gonzalez over to third base. Pickoff attempt. Marwin gets back with Dansby Swanson covering.
One thing we've seen so far from Sean Newcomb is he likes to throw that four-seam fastball riding up in the zone. Now, if he gets it above the hitting zone, he gets it chest high, it's a tough pitch for these Astros hitters. If he gets it down just a little bit, that's where they're going to put the good pass on the ball.
We see the shift as usual against McCann, and it has Brandon Phillips in shallow right field, and with Swanson covering the bag, trying to keep the runner close. There's a big gap there between second and short, despite three on the right side.
Well, Swanson, because Marwin's on second, he can't get as deep as he usually would be. So there is still a hole in that right side.
2-0, McCann pops it up. The catcher, Tyler Flowers, makes the play for out number one. Brian will be frustrated with that, AB, as he walks back.
Yeah, that was a pitch I think Brian could have handled. It was a little bit out in front, got underneath it. Timing was good, popped it up right to Tyler Flowers there at the catching position. But yeah, he's not going to be happy with those results because he didn't at least get Marwin to third base.
If Yuli Gurriel gets a base hit here, the decision whether to hold a runner or send the runner belongs to that man right there, Tony DeFrancesco, who is the third base coach for this road trip. Gary Pettis, normally the third base coach, undergoing a little knee surgery. We wish Gary the very best in his recovery. But in the meantime, the manager of the Fresno Grizzlies gets a little major league time coaching.
Long time minor league manager, has done a great job in this organization developing these players, and now he gets to spend a little bit of time at the big league level and see what that's like.
You know, every third base coach does it a little differently, as we see Gurriel being called for a swing there. DeFrancesco is way out of the box, trying to get as close or closer to home plate as he can comfortably with a right-hand hitter up there.
Well, and what you'll see as a runner rounds third base, he'll get even closer to stay in front of the runner so he can make that decision either to send him or to stop him as late as possible.
Down and in, it's 1-2. Gurriel's coming off a monster homestand. He hit .450 with 8 runs batted in. He and Jose Altuve, normally so good on the road, both had really good homestands. Astros going 4-2.
He has been so good in pressure situations lately. Runners on base, runners in scoring position, late in the game. And with his international numbers, that was kind of what I've expected from him, just because he's had so many pressure at bats in his career.
Marwin with a leadoff double in the second inning. George Springer had a leadoff double for the Astros in the first. Got as far as third. The Astros had first and third, 1 out. And Newcomb was able to get Correa to hit into an inning-ending double play.
That's the second time so far early in this game we've seen a pick at second. Brandon Phillips trying to sneak in behind Marwin.
On the ground, past Freeman, down the line and left. Marwin will trot home. Gurriel heading to second. He's going to get there with a double. Astros lead 1-0. First test down the line for Freddie Freeman, and it was a bullet.
Yeah, that was right on the chalk. Freddie really didn't have a chance at that. This was a curveball. Haven't seen very many from Newcomb. Yuli out in front just a little bit, but he spends so much time in the zone, unlike any other player in this Astros lineup. And even though he was out in front of that ball, was able to sneak it just inside the bag for an RBI double.
Yuli down in the count 0-2. He is the 6th hardest in the American League to strike out, and he showed why there, battling back with a double down the line. Here's Alex Bregman taking a called strike. Bregman trying to snap a little mini slump. He's 0 for his last 10. 3 doubles so far for the Astros. George Springer, Marwin Gonzalez, and the RBI double by Yuli Gurriel. Fastball away, 1-1.
These situations are where Alex Bregman has been very good this year also. He hasn't driven the ball like he did last year, but his ability to hit the ball up the middle in the opposite field is a perfect approach when you have somebody in runner in scoring position.
On the ground towards Freeman. He'll get his first chance at third and makes the throw across, and the crowd appreciates that play. 2 outs in the inning. Freeman played in minor leagues for a couple of games, but only ended up with 1 ground ball heading his way to third.
Yeah, I think only got 4 or 5 at-bats. Said he's had enough of the minor leagues. Get me back to the big leagues. Hasn't played third base since high school, but because Matt Adams had played so well, this was actually his idea. He went to the Atlanta Braves and said, hey, I want to try playing third so we can keep Matt Adams in the lineup.
Here's Brad Peacock. Peacock has not had an at-bat in the big leagues since 2014. 0 for 9 in his career with the Nationals and the Astros, including 7 strikeouts. And he takes a strike.
Brad's not looking very hitterish right now. Doesn't look very comfortable in that box for sure. Been a long time.
Takes a pitch, 1-1. Sometimes you forget as a pitcher how tough it is to hit, so it's not bad to have a reminder every so often.
Yeah, 90 miles an hour looks like about 130, especially if you're not really think you're that much of a hitter anyways.
A late swing there from Brad. It's 1-2. And Newcomb gets Peacock on a breaking ball to end the 2nd inning, but the Astros lead 1-0.
SunTrust Park here in Atlanta, Georgia, where the Houston Astros are leading the Atlanta Braves 1-0. Get a behind-the-scenes look at historic Union Station, luxury suites, the broadcast booth, and even the dugouts with a Minute Maid Park tour. Visit astros.com/tours or call 713-259-8996 to book your tour today.
Don't forget, this is a Twitter Tuesday on Root Sports. In our telecast, we're asking you to send your best Astros moment from the first half of the season. Use the hashtag Stros Tuesday. You could also send it to myself at Real Todd Callis, at Mike Stanton RS, at Julia Morales, who will be taking on the Freeze, at least in our virtual reality world, and then at Root Sports SW. More on that as the series continues with Julia versus the Freeze. So far, I saw one fan say, catching that Marwin Gonzalez grand slam. So the person that caught the grand slam, Joe, tweeting in saying that was the best moment of the first half.
I think that makes a lot of sense, since there was only one guy that could do that.
What a moment that was against the Rangers. And by the way, how about the crowds this past weekend? You had a sellout last night, biggest crowd of the year, followed by, or preceded by, a sellout Saturday. First time the Astros had back-to-back sellouts since 2009, as Nick Markakis sends a fly ball into center field. George Springer will put it away for out number 1. And over 40,000 on Friday night. Huge crowds all weekend long against the Yankees.
They were huge crowds. Saturday was the biggest crowd of the year, and then that was only trumped by Sunday. Both over 40,000 fans. Just a tremendous outcry of these Houston Astros fans over the weekend.
Astroholic got a lot of different moments in one tweet. That's an impressive use of 140 characters right there, including the rally grasshopper in Seattle, including the Aoki versus Judge.
Oh, Julia's favorite.
Yeah. Here's Matt Adams. This is the guy that has moved, at least for the time being, Freddie Freeman to third. It's not necessarily locked in stone that Freeman's going to stay at third base the rest of the year. They want to see what this looks like.
Now, to say this is an experiment is an understatement. I mean, you haven't played third base since high school, and now all of a sudden you're going to play a minor league game or two, and then you're going to play against big league hitters. And not just big league hitters. Your first game is against one of the best offensive clubs in Major League Baseball.
See the shift on against Matt Adams. Adams acquired from the Cardinals by Atlanta on May 20th. Since then, he's had 12 home runs and 32 runs batted in, amongst the league leaders in both of those categories since moving to Atlanta. Counts 2-2.
Coming from St. Louis, and St. Louis was really done with him. He wasn't playing at all, and he wasn't real happy about being moved. But since he's been here in Atlanta, yeah, he has been one of their better offensive players, enough to send Freddie Freeman to third.
In the air, popped up. Bregman will move back. Marwin Gonzalez moves in. Who wants it? It'll be Gonzalez who calls off Bregman for out number 2. While we're chronicling the best moment of the first half, this has a chance to be the best moment of the second half. Julia Morales versus the Freeze. There's her warm-up before the potential moment against the Freeze. It was a warm day here in Atlanta.
Warm and wet. I don't think Julia had a real tough time getting loose today with the way the weather was.
It was so hot. Warm. It was warm. It was smoking.
Have you cooled off since?
No. No. You know what? 10 minutes after I was outside, that's when the clouds rolled in and the breeze came through. I missed all of that.
So
I'm pretty much an Olympic athlete by watching this. This is so bad.
Julia versus the Freeze. Stay tuned. We will unveil it in layers. 0-1 pitch is a little bit down and away to Tyler Flowers, 1-1. But based on that video, you've got a pretty good idea that some sort of race happened.
Something happened, and we'll see a little bit later. Julia, did you air it out? How did you approach this?
Oh no, I just took off. So we had big plans, and it's very difficult to work around the Freeze's schedule. He's only here today, so we found a way to where we could maybe compare my speed to the Freeze's. So that's what you're holding out for, and I'll let the video speak for itself later.
And you did have a chance to talk to the Freeze.
I did,
nice.
Yes.
So look forward to that during tonight's telecast and through this series. 2-2 the count to Flowers.
So how did that conversation go?
The Freeze is great. The Freeze does a lot of interviews now, too. He's famous. And so he was actually really great to talk to. He's got big goals for himself, so it was really interesting to dive into what he really wants to do.
Strike 3 called. More on Julia versus the Freeze as we roll on Independence Day 2017. 1-0 Astros.
Wickler, from Camp Lemonade, Djibouti. I'm with Public Works out here, originally from Houston, Texas. So go Houston Astros.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to all the men and women serving our country around the world. We celebrate Independence Day, capital I, Independence, thanks to your service. And here we are on the 4th of July with the Braves and the Houston Astros. Astros leading 1-0, first of a 2-game set. Glad you could be part of our broadcast tonight. Todd Callis along with Mike Stant filling in for Jeff Blum. And the person who will be racing the Freeze during this series, Julia Morales. It's a warm evening, but hopefully no more rain in the forecast tonight. We had a lot of rain up until about game time, and it looks like it may have cleared out for the rest of the night.
It's beautiful right now, actually, looking up at the sky. The moon's out. We see the blue skies. The rains have moved out, and the Astros are winning. What else could you want?
Ask for George Springer to get things going, just like the first inning with a double.
By winning by more than one, right?
Springer has led off the game with a double, followed by Marwin Gonzalez with a leadoff double in the second. The Astros putting pressure on Sean Newcomb in both innings. And the young lefty misses for ball 1. Newcomb making just his 5th major league start. And it's his first in an interleague situation. Has pitched against the Mets, the Marlins, the Giants, and the Padres. All but the Padres game was here at home at SunTrust Park. He is the first Brave to make his major league debut in the stadium.
Notice so far from Sean Newcomb is he's having a tough time getting the ball inside on right-handers.
3-0.
There's a lot of pitches that he's trying to go inside. You see Tyler Flowers set up underneath George's hands, but he keeps leaving that ball out over the plate.
You look at his walk numbers, they were pretty high in the minor leagues, but other than to start against the Marlins, he's been pretty consistent with his control. 3-0 green light. George Springer misses his 3-1.
I think what's happening right now is he's got the effectively wild thing going, which means can put it in the zone, but doesn't necessarily have pinpoint accuracy.
Out away, it's 3-2.
George got a little big with that swing. It was 3-1. Knew a fastball was coming. Tried to take it out of the park and just muscled up a little bit too much. The bat drug through the zone.
Into right field, sending Markakis back. He's going to look up, and this ball is gone. Home run, George Springer, opposite way. Markakis watched that ball carry, and George with his 25th home run of the year, and the Astros lead 2-0.
Todd, that was on the first breaking ball that George has seen today. Got to a 3-2 count on all fastballs. Sean Newcomb leaves a breaking ball up and out over the plate, and George with that oppo power. This is when he's at his best. When he drives the ball to right field, you know how I feel about this. He's an MVP caliber player.
Altuve takes a pitch up high for a ball. 1-0. Springer with his 25th home run. 2 for 2 with a double and an opposite field home run. And as you said, a lot of that power lately has been to right field.
When he is letting the ball travel, when he is staying inside the ball, he has so much power. Sometimes it looks like he has left-handed pull power from the right side. And you see this pitch was out over the plate. But what was impressive to me was it's the first breaking ball he's seen all day. He saw 3 fastballs in his first at-bat. He saw 5 fastballs to get to that 3-2 count. So what does he do with the first one? Let's just go deep.
I wasn't sure if he thought he caught it enough to be a home run or he thought it was going to be a fly out as Altuve beats the throw from Phillips on a short ground ball on the right side. Power and speed displayed back-to-back at the top of the Astros lineup.
He is so tough to defend because of this right here. Yeah, you don't want him to hit the ball hard because he can hit the ball out of the ballpark, but he is so quick down the first base line. And you see Brandon Phillips sit back on it just a little bit, and that's all it took. All you need is just a split second of lack of concentration, and Altuve's going to be safe.
You mentioned all the years in Cincinnati with Brandon Phillips. They haven't seen these Astros in a long time. Phillips sat back a little bit more than just a little bit. He played that like a routine ground ball, and you can't do that against Altuve.
He is just too fast. I mean, he runs hard all the time, and he's one of the faster runners from home to first in the league. So if you're going to sit back, he's going to be safe.
Recent StatCast sprint speed showed that Jose Altuve, the fastest Astro, just barely quicker than his teammates Jake Marisnick and Carlos Correa. Now Josh Reddick bats. Slowly hit towards second. Phillips will make the play to second. They get the force there. No chance to get Reddick on the return on the slowly hit ground ball. So I'm not sure, going back to the Springer home run, I'm not sure if he thought it was definitely out or it was going to be caught, because it barely cleared, but he ran out of the box like it wasn't necessarily the possibility of an extra base hit.
No, I think Nick Markakis looked like he had a play on it. You know, he didn't go back like that was a home run. He thought that ball was going to stay in the park. And talking to some of the locals around here, that's where the ball flies, is out to right and right center field. And that ball definitely looked like it had a couple extra feet on it.
Carlos Correa is a guy that's not afraid to go to the opposite field for a home run as he takes a pitch away for a ball. 1-0.
Look at it on our Super Mo, brought to you by Mattress Firm, and you see that's not a great swing. He's a little bit out in front, but the timing was close enough that he was still able to drive that ball to the opposite field for a home run.
Now it's 2-0. Well, Sean Newcomb, we mentioned, has navigated his way through 4 very good starts in his young career. And now he's facing a little different animal in this Houston Astros offense on the road, where a lot of pitchers have suffered big numbers this year against them.
He's only given up the 2 runs at this point, but Astros hitters do have 6 hits. And they've hit the ball pretty hard. They haven't killed the ball, but they've hit the ball pretty hard for a lot of power with the doubles and the home run.
Those 6 hits match the most he's allowed in any of his previous 4 starts. He allowed 6 hits against the Padres in 6 innings of work, 4 hits against the Mets, 5 hits against the Marlins, did walk 4, and 3 hits against the Giants. He's behind in the count, 3-1 on Correa. And a breaking ball for a strike, 3-2. Even though you get to 3-2 on Correa with a good breaking ball, Carlos is feeling so good at the plate right now, running that 12-game hitting streak. batting .417 during that stretch. He's also raked against lefties this year. Reddick was on the move when the pitch fouled back to the screen. Reddick on the move shows you a couple things. As good as Carlos Correa is going right now at the plate, A.J. Hinch doesn't feel like he's going to swing through a pitch.
There's not going to be a strikeout, especially with the guy on the mound that has thrown about 85% fastballs. Chuck Hernandez, Braves pitching coach, is going to have his work cut out for him to try and teach him a third pitch, to use the curveball a little bit more, but another pitch to go with that to get them off of his fastball.
To right-hand hitters, it's almost entirely fastball curveball. They'll throw that slider to lefties, but rarely to right-handers. Gets most of his strikeouts via the curveball, 47.6%. Reddick on the move, into right center field, base hit, good read by Josh. He gets to third. DeFrancesco will hold him up there. Carlos Correa with a base hit. The Astros with runners on the corners and one out.
Another 3-2 curveball that just kind of rolled up there, didn't snap it off. Correa, nice job of staying back. Drives the ball into right center field. Off the bat, it didn't look like he hit it that well, but that ball got out there pretty good in a hurry. And Reddick going all the way to third, hustling around and making Tony make that decision whether to hold him or send him.
Again, Tony DeFrancesco is the third base coach in this series and on this road trip. Gary Pettis, little knee surgery, will not be with the team, but hopefully shortly after the All-Star break, we will see Gary. But nice to have Tony D here. First and third, one out. Marwin Gonzalez the batter. Marwin doubled and scored the Astros' first run of the game. Chance to drive in a run here with one out in the third inning, and Newcomb misses outside for a ball, 1-0.
Astros hitters are having much better pass at Sean Newcomb this second time through the lineup. With as many fastballs he's thrown, his inability to get the ball inside on right-handers, Astros hitters are just going to look out over the plate, drive the ball up the middle of the opposite field.
Ball is ripped. Reddick had to go diving as that ball was just over his head. It's 1-1. Reddick a little nervous after that fly try.
Marwin just a little bit out in front. That ball was a little above head high. I don't blame Josh Reddick getting down on the ground at all for that. Because you got to remember, he's only about 70 feet from the plate. Now he's done with his lead.
Now he's basically in the third base coach's box as he takes his lead. 1-1 the count to Marwin. Braves playing deep, trying to get a double play. And that pitch misses. It's 2-1. Marwin last year, one of the big differences last year to this year. Marwin last year had a chase percentage out of the zone of 35.7%. This year it's down to 28.7.
It's a microcosm of the whole lineup. This team has always been a swing and miss team. Big power, but if you make pitches, you'd get them out because they would swing and miss, especially with 2 strikes. This year, they've turned a new leaf.
There is a good breaking ball from Newcomb. Gonzalez double checks with the home plate umpire Mike Estabrook to see if that would have been a strike. It's 2-2.
Yeah, so they've turned over a new leaf. They're making pitchers work a little bit harder. They're trying to stay in the zone, but their aggression is still the same. So the power, if anything, has gotten better with them being a little bit more patient.
It's quite a combination. Lack of strikeouts and leading the league in home runs. There's another good take by Marwin, 3-2. So Josh Reddick was sent on a 3-2 count to Carlos Correa. Will Carlos Correa be sent on a 3-2 count to Marwin Gonzalez?
I think there's a better than average chance, yes, because Marwin is another guy, strikes out occasionally, but has done a nice job of putting the ball in play in these type situations.
Carlos has no official stolen base attempts this year. Astros lead 2-0. George Springer a home run in this inning. There goes Correa. Pitch in the dirt. Gets through. Reddick's going to score. Correa. Now the ball hit Marwin Gonzalez. Reddick's going to be sent back to third. That was a hit by pitch. It got through Flowers, but because it hit Marwin, it was a dead ball, so Reddick will not score. He will head back to third. The bases will be loaded.
Marwin tried to trick the umpire by not reacting. Got a breaking ball down and in. Pitching coach Chuck Hernandez going out to the mound to have a word with Sean Newcomb. And here's that breaking ball, and you see Marwin not give in. Just touched his front toe.
Hit him twice.
Do you know, if you're going to get hit, that's the way to do it, because by just touching your front foot, probably didn't hurt.
Hit him on the front left toe, then the back right knee, and back to the backstop. But at that point, it's a dead ball. So the bases will be loaded. How about this scenario? Bases will be loaded for the guy that was a Brave from 2005 through 2013, Brian McCann.
It was really the heart and soul of the team general, longtime starting catcher, and just did a very nice job for this organization for a long period of time.
What a welcome home party this could be if he hits his 12th career grand slam and his first as an Astro.
Wait, are you making a call?
Not quite, but just saying if.
Thinking positive, I like it.
His last slam came playing against the Astros as a member of the Yankees, June 27, 2015. Brett Oberholzer was the pitcher.
More left on left.
And now McCann down to the count 0-2. Well, at this point, down to the count, he's not thinking grand slam. He's thinking, how can I try and somehow stay alive and get a run home?
Get the ball to the outfield. That's what he's looking for. Just a fly ball right now. He wants to keep it off the ground because of all things that Brian is not. Fleet of foot is one of them. If he can get the ball in the air, he's got a chance for a sac fly.
Line drive, speared by Swanson. A dive, safe at second is Correa. Swanson and Correa go diving back to the bag simultaneously, and the call initially by Dan Bellino is safe. Swanson feels like he may have won that race to the bag. But a line drive bullet caught by the shortstop.
Great heads up play by Dansby Swanson, making the play knowing that he might have a play at Correa at second, and pretty good base running by Correa also. Looks like the call is going to stand. Correa was safe getting back in there, and that's a heads up play by Correa because for 100 years that's a base hit, and now because of the shift, Dansby Swanson was standing right there and did a good job of getting back to the bag to keep them from getting a double play.
Great point. That is a base runner at age 22 who reacts like a veteran because you have to know exactly where the fielders are. And normally you're right. That's a line drive single to center.
It's all about concentration and paying attention before the pitch is thrown, knowing where the fielders are.
Yuli Gurriel already has a grand slam on the season. Hit that one in Miami on the 15th of May.
And that was just a line drive into the bullpen and left. That was not a majestic home run, but he'll take it.
Here's a line drive into left field. That's a base hit. Coming in to score is Reddick. Behind him, Correa. To third goes Marwin. He'll be waved around. The throw by Swanson is not in time. 3-run score. The Astros lead this game 5-0.
There's one of those quality at-bats we were talking about earlier from Yuli Gurriel. Runners in scoring position. He just knows how to put the bat on the ball and drive in runs. Here he gets a fastball that Sean Newcomb actually gets to the inside part of the plate. Yuli does a great job of keeping his hands inside it, not hooking it foul, driving the ball all the way to the wall in left field. And then a great slide by Marwin Gonzalez to get around Tyler Flowers, and then Yuli heads up base running going to third on the throw to home plate.
Sean Newcomb has allowed a season high, and since this is his rookie year, a career high 8 hits and also now career high 5 runs. His first start, that's not a quality start in his young career, as Brad Peacock fouls one back to the screen. Excuse me. Alex Bregman was intentionally walked, and now Brad Peacock bats. Bregman was given the free pass. Peacock is looking for his first hit of his major league career. He's 0 for 10. Tried to hold up, and he went around. Says first base umpire and crew chief Jerry Lane. It's 0-2. Astros putting up 5, including 4 this inning. Gurriel, who had 8 RBIs in the 6-game homestand, with a 3 RBI double to make it 5-0. Pitch down and into Peacock. It's 1-2.
Really looks like pitcher Sean Newcomb, 24-year-old left-hander, is having some fatigue issues right now. You see 64 pitches here in the top of the third. Astros haven't just scored some runs, they've also made the young man work.
Ground ball. Peacock hits a fair ball, but it's gloved by Matt Adams at first base for the final out. The Astros send 9 to the plate and score 4.
Remember to follow us on Twitter. That way you can vote at Root Sports SW. Which current or future Hall of Fame shortstop is most comparable to Carlos Correa? Is it Cal Ripken Jr., Barry Larkin, a young Alex Rodriguez, or Derek Jeter? Please vote. We'll tell you which one wins our Chevy Show poll later in the broadcast. Todd?
And it's an interesting poll tonight. So many different styles of shortstops through the years. Correa at age 22.
Have a long way to go, but when you look at his size, you look at his ability to hit for average, to hit home runs, it very well may be the best comp for me might be Alex Rodriguez. You know, Alex Rodriguez was a big guy. He was very good young. Now there were a lot of hurdles and a lot of stumbles and falls in his career, but athletic-wise, there's nobody on that list who's any better than Alex Rodriguez.
I think that's a pretty fair comp as we see a pitch for a strike to Dansby Swanson. Number 8 hitter, Swanson, the Atlanta Braves shortstop, facing Brad Peacock. Peacock has pitched 2 innings, and he's already batted twice. His team leading 5-0. Both times he has been a hitter, he's made the last out of the inning and had to come right back out to the mound. That's something different for a guy who's not used to hitting. It's 0-2 to Swanson. Brad Peacock tonight, and we have learned before the game that the Astros will hand the ball over to Joe Musgrove, who ended up making 1 minor league start and did very well. So Musgrove getting a chance back in the Astros rotation. You may have seen in the dugout at various points tonight. Dallas Keuchel is here. He continues to throw and work his way back. Charlie Morton is here. And Morton we anticipate seeing as a starter in that Toronto Blue Jays series.
Looks like the Astros rotation is really starting to get healthy. Dallas Keuchel throwing in the outfield today. I thought he looked good. It's just a flat ground, but he was free and easy. It's good to see these pitchers getting back in this rotation for the second half run.
It's amazing that they have increased their lead without those guys, and now a chance with a win tonight to get to 30 games over 500.
Well, Todd, what it really shows is the depth of the organization, because you're talking about a team that at one point, if you want to throw Colin McHugh in there, had 80% of their rotation on the disabled list, and they're still winning baseball games.
36 total starts between the guys you expected to be your top four. McHugh, Wharton, Keuchel, McCullers. 36 so far. And we play in the 83rd game of the season. That is a 43% start rate for your top four projected starters coming into spring training.
And for them to dominate, and we're talking about the Houston Astros, the way they have, when you've had that many injuries to your rotation, is truly remarkable. Usually that's a downfall, because how do you win in Major League Baseball? You pitch. You have to be able to pitch. You can't just beat teams into submission every single night. And they've been able to bring guys up like Francis Martez.
Slice the other way into the crowd.
That have done a nice job. They haven't been great, but they've done an adequate job of keeping the team in the game so that the offense can take over.
And 36 out of 84 now with Peacock start today. That's exactly 43%. 3 out of every 7 games, basically. You have had one of your projected 4 top starters going into spring training. Newcomb takes a look at a called third strike. Peacock with back-to-back strikeouts. He's now struck out the last 3 batters he has faced, and all those 3 represent all his strikeouts in the game.
Brad just returned the favor. Sean Newcomb in the previous at-bat actually threw Brad Peacock a curveball. So Brad said, well, here's what mine looks like.
What was your theory with that when you faced the opposing pitcher? I know you probably didn't face the opposing pitcher as much as a reliever, but occasionally you would face a pitcher.
I was going to throw him whatever I needed to throw him, because I was looking to get outs. The whole idea of I don't want to give anybody a chance. And there were a few pitchers. Probably the pitcher that I had the toughest time against was a very good hitting pitcher, was Marquis.
Jason Marquis.
Jason Marquis was a very good hitting pitcher. And I remember that bat.
There's a line drive off the bat of Ender Enciarte into right field for a hit. Enciarte will take a turn and hold.
I remember in that bat against Jason Marquis that I threw him everything I had. I mean, curveballs, hard fastball. He seemed to be on. He might even gotten hit that at bat. And I was just like, really? Dude, pop it up or something.
Here's Brandon Phillips, the batter. Rays Enciarte with his first hit, second hit of the night for Atlanta against Peacock. Phillips grounded out on a comebacker back to the mound his first time up.
Yeah, Brad got way inside with the fastball on Brandon Phillips. And the one thing we all know about Brandon now is no different than it was when he was in Cincinnati. He is not up there to walk. He wants to swing the bat. And with that, sometimes he's overly aggressive.
He usually puts the ball in play, too, even though he doesn't contact that slider. But he's not the only one.
You take a look at this pitch. This pitch is well off the pitch away, off the plate away. And Brandon's still trying to cover it. I'm not sure if that ball was a strike if he had thrown a fastball.
Peacock had 13.77 strikeouts per 9 innings. That leads all of Major League starters, ahead of Chris Sale, ahead of Danny Salazar, with a minimum of 25 innings.
He's just done a remarkable job of commanding that slider.
First time in his career facing the Atlanta Braves. And we mentioned Phillips doesn't swing and miss often. He's in the top 10 and hardest to strike out, but he's down to the count 1-2.
There's another slider down and away. Great location for Brad Peacock. And you see Brandon with the fastball inside the previous pitch, committing to that, and then all of a sudden the slider was down and away.
Now back, stays 1-2. Peacock pitching for the second time as a daddy. He and his wife Stephanie welcomed in baby Colton Joseph on June 27th to the world. 2 days later, Brad pitched against the A's, went 5 innings of 2-hit, 1-run baseball, walked 6. That's why he only lasted 5 innings. Struck out 7 in a 6-1 win against the A's. Ball into left field, shallow. Marwin coming on will make the play for the final out of the inning. 1 hit, 1 left. We are through 3. It's 5-0 Houston.
Five 5-0 Astros lead the Braves. 2017 Coca-Cola Astros Buddies memberships are on sale now for only $25. Kids up to 12 years old get a voucher for 4 tickets to a select Astros game, priority access to Kids Run the Bases, player autograph sessions, and more. Visit astros.com/buddies to get a Buddies membership for your kid today. TK.
All right, Julia, that grasshopper is getting a lot of play, by the way, for one of the big moments of the first half on our Twitter Tuesday. We are asking you to send in your favorite moments of the first half to @RootSportsSW. Use the hashtag Stros Tuesday. George Springer will lead off for the 3rd time in 4 innings. Obviously led off the first, also led off the 3rd, and now he's leading off the 4th. Hit a homer in the 3rd, a double in the 1st. And he faces Sean Newcomb for a 3rd time ahead of the count 2-0. Newcomb has thrown a lot of pitches through 3 innings as he works here with a pitch count of 67. Catches the corner, 2-1.
Yeah, Sean hasn't shown a whole lot of command. We've kind of seen maybe a little bit of what the Braves had seen in the minor leagues, where that fastball is not pinpoint.
Springer now just 2 behind Aaron Judge. He continues to cut into that lead for the most home runs in the American League. Springer now with 25, Judge with 27. In case you missed the news during the Astros off day yesterday, Aaron Judge will participate in the home run derby. There's a bullet into left field. Springer is 3 for 3. He is 3/4 of the way to the cycle with a single, a home run, and a double.
A reminder as you enjoy a cold one to look forward to Miller time later tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite.
With the big outfield here in Atlanta, Springer really has a shot. He's going to have, you would think, at least a couple more bats to get that triple.
Todd, he is just hitting the ball so hard. And it's a nice controlled short swing to the ball. Timing is good. I mean, he does this every once in a while, but I don't know if I've ever seen George swing the bat any better than he's swinging right now.
Here's Jose Altuve, infield single his last time. And hit by Springer, the 9th off of Newcomb. Foul tip. It's 1-1.
Jose Altuve has killed the ball on the road. We all know that. But to take a look at this since 2016, that just shows you how dominant he has been. He's been good at home, but his approach seems to be a little bit different. He spends a little bit more time hitting the ball the opposite field. Especially this year at home, it looks like he's trying to go deep to the Crawford boxes a little bit too much, but on the road, he's been spectacular.
In the air to right field, Markakis ambles over. He'll put it away for the first out here in the 4th.
Time now for the Ford spray chart. We're going to take a look at Josh Reddick, what he has done over the last few weeks. And, you know, you get the ball up out over the plate where he can get extended. He's got that classic left-handed swing, down and in, up and away. But he's done a really nice job against left-handers this year, Todd. That, you know, it's really been his issue in his career. He was labeled as a guy that can't hit left-handers, and he's had some nice at-bats this year against left-handed pitching.
Since that 7-day concussion DL for Josh, his last 10 games, 16 for 33 with 9 RBIs and 13 runs scored.
Is that good? I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's about 500. 1 for 2 tonight to keep that number right around 500. Josh singled in the first, a ball that got past Brandon Phillips on the right side of the infield. Here's a line drive over Phillips headed to right field. Reddick is 2 for 3. Springer puts on the brakes. Nick Markakis, a 2-time Gold Glover out there in right field, and Springer respects his arm. First and second, 1 out.
There's that swing we talked about, left-handed. Look, ball out over the plate. Not a bad pitch by Newcomb. Again, since he's not throwing very many breaking balls, these hitters can time the fastball. And if you can either get the timing or you can get the location, a lot of major league hitters are going to put a good pass on the ball. And you saw right there Josh Reddick reaching for the ball just a little bit, but able to square that ball very nicely and get a base hit to right.
Putting runners on base once again for Carlos Correa. Correa has batted first and third, 1 out. And also came up with Reddick on base last time up. Hit a single into right field. Reddick 2 more hits tonight against left-handed pitching. He is now 13 for 37 on the season, batting .351 against left-hand pitching. A.J. Hinch was asked about that this spring. How much is Reddick going to get a chance to play against lefties? Well, keep doing that. He'll play. He's going to play tomorrow. He may not play the first game in Toronto against the 3rd straight lefty the Astros will face.
Well, AJ really has gone against the norm, because coming over, that was the book on Reddick was he just didn't have very many quality at bats against left-handers. Had a career batting average right around 200, but AJ has shown that confidence, and with the more exposure to left-handers, the confidence has grown, and we're seeing much better quality of at bat. After throwing 77 pitches with 1 out, 2 guys on in the top of the 4th, the Braves do have some action in their pen, and right-hander Luke Jackson.
Mentioned a homecoming for Brian McCann, also a homecoming for Reddick. He's a Georgia guy. He was born in Savannah, still resides in Georgia in the offseason.
Actually came to the park today wearing a University of Georgia shirt.
So a couple of homecomings tonight. Brian McCann, Josh Reddick. Also Evan Gattis started his career with the Braves. He's not in the lineup, but happy to be back here in Atlanta. Pitch down low to Correa. And this pitch count, combined with the fact that one of the best hitters in the game is at the plate, Newcomb down in the count 3-0.
Looking down in the Braves dugout to Brian Snitker, he's getting a little antsy here. He knows that his young left-hander here has been struggling, and it might be time for him to come take a seat next to him.
Correa batting an even .320 right now after his base hit his last time up. He has moved up the charts in the top 10 in hitting. And that's inside ball 4. 4-pitch walk to Correa will load the bases. Ray on base for the second time. The Astros continue to move the line along, and out of the dugout comes the aforementioned Brian Snitker, and he is going to go to this bullpen. Marwin Gonzalez will turn around. Instead of batting right-handed, he'll remove his helmet, get another one, and bat left-handed. When we come back, the bases will be loaded, and Marwin will face the new Rays reliever. Are loaded with one out as we play in the fourth inning. It is a Twitter Tuesday. Some of the favorite moments of the first half include from Astros Carroll, Alex Bregman's first home run of the year, which happened to be a slam.
On Derek Jeter Day in New York, that was a pretty special day, especially since Derek Jeter was one of the guys that Alex Bregman idolized coming up.
Mom has a dog named Jeter. The rally hoppers were big. How about that 11-run eighth inning the previous tweet mentioned?
Oh goodness, what an inning that was.
Jake's game-ending throwout at Yankee Stadium to save a win against the Bronx Bombers.
Just an absolute perfect throw by Jake. Perfect play all the way around. Then Brian McCann with the nice tag at home.
New pitcher for Atlanta is Luke Jackson.
Luke Jackson, the 25-year-old right-hander, throws in the mid-90s, fastball, slider, curve pitcher. Has a little bit of swing and miss in his game. He's got 18 strikeouts in 24 innings on 19 hits.
He inherits a bases-loaded situation with one out and Marwin Gonzalez at the plate. Marwin has been on base twice and scored a couple of runs. And he takes a pitch for a ball, 1-0. Marwin with the first of the Astros' 3 grand slams on the season. That has been mentioned numerous times as one of the best moments of the first half. A slam is part of a series victory in the opening set against the Texas Rangers. Marwin was so hot in that series against Texas when the Astros took 3 out of 4. First few games of May. 1-0 pitch is fouled away. It's 1-1.
You know, that home series against the Rangers, Todd, I think set the tone against them going forward. The next series was in Globe Life Park in Arlington, but the Astros remembered what they had just done, and the offense did a good job in that series too. But that was a big series after what had happened the last couple of years against the Rangers for the Astros.
Speaking of the Rangers, that's where Luke Jackson started his career. Pitched with the Rangers in 15 and 16 before being traded to the Braves. In his first National League season. One pitch away, it's 2-1. Marwin has been driven in by Yuli Gurriel both times with a double. The first one scored 1 off the bat of Yuli. The second one scored 3, cleared the bases. Astros have had a few bases loaded opportunities. McCann, Gurriel, and now Marwin. Three and one.
Marwin's got to make sure he doesn't try and do too much right here. Make sure Luke Jackson throws the ball in the zone. And just try and put a good compact swing on the ball. Don't get too big here. Don't try and do too much. Astros already with 10 hits here with 1 out in the 4th inning.
He had 10 hits against a starter whose previous high in hits allowed in 4 starts was 6. Ground ball towards the middle. Knocked down by Phillips. No play anywhere. Bases remain loaded. Run scores. It's now 6-0 Houston on the RBI infield hit by Marwin Gonzalez.
Gets a fastball. Pretty nice pitch actually by Luke Jackson. Fastball down and out over the plate. Marwin drive the ball up the middle on a firm ground ball. You see Brandon Phillips range far to his right and knock this ball down to keep Josh Reddick from rounding third.
Even if he gloves it cleanly, Swanson was behind him. There was no play to be made.
No, he kept that on the infield, and that saved a run with Josh Reddick on second base rounding third.
For the 2nd straight at bat, McCann bats with the bases loaded and 1 out and fouls one off. Last time he hit a line drive caught by Swanson. You brought it up at the time, and it turned out to be a 3-run scoring play. Correa not getting doubled off at second base prolonged the inning and allowed Gurriel to clear the bases. Ground ball speared by Adams at first. He bobbles. He flips to the pitcher covering. They get the out, but a run scores. Right now, here comes Correa trying to score, and he will be out at home plate. Correa was watching the pitcher not pay attention to the runner at third, and Correa tried to take advantage, but just as he did, the recovery was made in time by Luke Jackson, but the Astros score a run on that play, and they now lead 7-0. Correa thrown out to end the inning.
See a nice play here by Matt Adams ranging to his left. Then he bobbles the ball, panics a little bit.
End the inning with Correa being thrown out at home plate. A.J. Hinch came out and asked them to review something about this play as we'll watch it all the way through. Adams to the pitcher covering, And Luke Jackson was not really paying attention. Does the ball come out of his glove there? Did he ever have full control? And then when Correa thought Jackson wasn't paying attention, he tried to score. That was the last out of the inning. And you can see Flowers made sure that Correa was okay at home plate. Does the ball come loose here from Jackson's glove?
It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it's really in the glove very well, but he actually turns his glove over, which shows me he's got control of the ball.
You could see them.
It was definitely a snow cone. The ball was not in his glove all the way.
You could see Jackson and Adams kind of celebrating the play, and at that point Correa started to slowly move up the line and thought he could take advantage of the pitcher not paying any attention. Luke Jackson is still on the field.
Yeah, Carlos with just a little bit too much aggression right there, but when you're up 7 runs, you can do something like this. But you know, AJ won't ever say anything about that because he loves the aggression these guys have on the base paths.
It was almost a great play by Correa, and the ruling has come from New York, and they are going to confirm or at least stand that the runner is out at first base. AJ Hinch will come out and argue with that ruling, or at least have a slight discussion. We'll be back after this. Nothing. The Astros ready to start the bottom half of the 4th, but they are 2 fielders short. Marwin Gonzalez is not in the outfield, and Carlos Correa has not taken his position at shortstop. Mike, did you see anything on the slide?
Well, don't want to speculate right here, but he did slide head first into home, and that should be a big no-no, because what is he going to do with that left hand? It goes right into the shin guard of Tyler Flowers. You see it actually stay. He actually never gets to the plate. So not sure if there's something really going on. Here comes Marwin Gonzalez. Looks like Marwin's going to play shortstop.
Marwin's coming in from left field to play short. Nori Aoki's going to go out to left field. So Carlos Correa will leave this game after that headfirst slide into home plate. Hopefully it is a minor situation as Aoki takes over in the bottom of the 4th.
And there lies one of the reasons why. Now, we don't know what's happened to Carlos, but he did have to come out of this game after that play. Why you shouldn't slide in home plate head first, especially when the catcher is standing there. He's wearing gear, you're not, and there are so many small little bones in your hand that there can have issues with.
Yeah, and it becomes one of those things too with base runners, and we haven't seen it happen too often, but it's still a possibility when you don't have the ability to run into a catcher now. You either have to slide in feet first or head first, and if that catcher is waiting for the ball, it's not going to be comfortable either way. First ball, the bottom of the 4th, is sent into left center field, and George will call off Nori for the first out of the inning.
Peacock has done a very nice job tonight. There's been some long innings on offense, but he's come out and thrown strikes. He's actually throwing a few more fastballs tonight than he has previously. He's mostly a fastball slider pitcher. You see the one curveball, an occasional changeup. But yeah, he is fastball slider, but he's done a good job of putting the ball in the zone. You know, when you sit over there on the bench for a long period of time, several innings in a row, it can really break your concentration. And Brad Peacock's done a nice job of controlling that and staying in the zone.
He's over 75% as a strike thrower tonight. 31 strikes, 10 balls. As he faces Matt Kemp with an 0-1 count. Ahead 0-2.
Really what has made Brad Peacock so successful this year is the command of his fastball. He's able to throw it for a strike, but it's been the slider. The slider has been swing and miss. He's been able to throw it for a strike. He's been able to throw it out of the zone. And it's really what's gotten his career back on track here.
3-pitch strikeout of Matt Kemp. 2 outs in the 4th inning, 4 strikeouts for Peacock.
The Shiner Light Blonde spotlight falls on Brad Peacock and the use of that slider. And if you look and see what's happening here, on the left is earlier in his career, and you see the ball basically down the middle, and this is the use of that slider. If you look at on the right here in 2017, he's been able to manipulate that slider both backdoor. You see on the right-hand side the red spot there on the outside part to a left-hander, and then down and in on a left-hander. And that command in that pitch is really what's given him the success he's had.
Last year he threw that slider at a career high percentage. This year it's even higher at 35.4%. You saw the mix tonight. That number continues to move up, and why not? That slider has been so effective for him. There's a strike on the outer half. He's able to throw it over for a strike, and he's able to throw that nasty sweeper to get a strikeout.
The curveball and slider really aren't that different of a pitch. There's only about 3 or 4 miles an hour. The curveball's got a little bit more depth, but he's a less than 50% fastball guy. But with that lateral movement of the slider, it's not something that a whole lot of hitters see on a regular basis. And he's got that low 3/4 arm slot, so the ball does have some depth, but it's got a lot of east and west in it. And sometimes that is really what makes it effective to get it off the barrel of the bat.
And he's not afraid to throw it to lefties.
Or throw it behind in the count. So this has been a guy that has always had good stuff.
A little jam shot into right field for a base hit.
Brad's always had good stuff, but he hasn't been able to control and command it. Control is throw strikes. Command is put the ball where you want to. But now that he has the ability, he made a mechanical change coming into the season last year. And that's really made his delivery much more repeatable, which means he can start moving the ball around like he wants to.
You saw him working on the third base side of the rubber as he does to left-hand hitters. He's one of those rare pitchers that moves around on the rubber.
He does. There's not very many guys. I know I could never do it. I had to stay in one spot so I knew where the ball is going. But what he does is he gets to the third base side against left-handers. It gives him more angle on the inside part of the plate to left-handers. And then against righties, he goes to the first base side, and that gives that two-seam fastball more boring action inside.
Ahead of Matt Adams, no balls and a strike. Adams fouls one away. Peacock doing another nice job of getting ahead of a hitter. Marquez is able to get a 2-strike hit to keep the inning going. And now right ahead 0-2 on Matt Adams. Hopefully we'll get you an update on Carlos Correa, who leaves the game after the top half of this inning, sliding into home plate head first.
Yeah, we'll keep our fingers crossed. We don't want to speculate and try and guess what happened. Not a good sign that he came out. Now, the Astros are up 7-0.
High fly ball, shallow center field. Reddick, Springer converge. It's Springer who puts it away for the final out of the inning. 7-0 Astros. We head to the 5th.
7-0 here in the top of the 5th. Yellowwood and Yuli Gurriel are bringing the lumber. Over the last 12 games, Yuli has done an extremely nice job of not just getting extra base hits, but driving in runs with those extra base hits. 13 RBIs in 12 games, outstanding. This is something that the Houston Astros and Jeff Luhnow thought they were getting when they signed him last year. It's taken a little bit of time to get his feet grounded in Major League Baseball, but we're starting to see that dynamic hitter that the Astros thought they were getting back last year when they brought him in.
2 RBI doubles tonight by Yuli. 1 cleared the bases. He has 4 runs batted in tonight after driving in 8 on the last homestand. So 12 RBIs in his last 7 games. He will lead things off in the 5th inning against the reliever Luke Jackson.
And Todd, that's mostly at the bottom of the lineup.
Julia?
Hey guys, more on Yuli. You know, we talked just a couple of days ago, reaching that halfway point of the season. He feels good physically. I got to ask again, what are you doing different? And he said, you know, it's a lot of hard work, a lot of working out, but he's been following Carlos Beltran, guys, if that's surprising to you. As he singles right up the middle. But he's been following Carlos Beltran and what he does, a veteran, obviously, that knows how to take care of his body. And he's on a team that prepares really well. But when you start to look at some of these younger guys, it's just much different at every age and for everyone. So that's who he's looking at. He's learned a lot about how to condition yourself, how much weight do you need to be lifting before games and when you need to do it. But feeling really good right now and looks to finish strong the second half of the season.
Well, he's playing more baseball than he's ever playing every single day. Cuban national team doesn't do that. He's also in a situation that he's going to play more baseball as far as overall time is concerned. And you know, following one of these young guys in the extreme workouts that they do wouldn't be the right thing for Yuli, because you know, Yuli's not 25 years old. You know, this is a guy that's right around 30. And with that, he's got to treat his body differently. What a lot of times with these young players, one thing that they forget is the rest is as important as the workout. That you can't just beat up your body all the time.
Yuli, one of many Astros learning from Carlos Beltran. Alex Bregman is down to the count 0-2. We're playing in the 5th inning, 7-0 Astros. Carlos Correa has left this game after sliding in at home plate in the last inning for the final out of the inning. Yuli Gurriel with his 3rd hit of the game. George Springer has 3 hits tonight. George has a single, a double, and a home run. Yuli has a couple of doubles and a single. Bregman looking for his 1st hit. He was intentionally walked his last time up. Jackson misses 2-2. Jackson coming on out of the bullpen. 25-year-old right-hander taking over for Sean Newcomb, who lasted just 3 1/3 innings. First time Newcomb in his young career did not go at least 6 innings in a start. Making his 5th big league start tonight. Stays 2-2 on Bregman.
Newcomb had a tough night controlling the ball, and the Astros did a nice job of just really hurting him when he made mistakes. Fastball up, fastball out over the plate, whether they pulled it or went to the opposite field. Nice quality of at-bats on a guy that didn't have his best command.
Line drive past Freddie Freeman down the left field line. That'll be extra bases all the way to the corner. Gurriel's being waved home. Bregman will stop at second. Gurriel scores. It's 8-0 Houston.
There's one of those 2-strike hits, that quality at bat. You get 3 strikes, so you might as well make sure you use it. And Bregman did a nice job, gets a breaking ball that stays middle. Hits a line drive down the left field foul line all the way into the corner. And Bregman with an RBI.
For Freddie Freeman, the Astros are not the easiest team to break in to your first game as a 3rd baseman. They hit some rockets. Brad Peacock, the pitcher, batting for the 3rd time tonight.
That was another play that wasn't the easiest of plays. It was down the line. It's to Freddie's backhand. And you have to remember, he hasn't played third base since high school. So that's a pretty big jump on the velocity that the ball comes off the bat. Even with the aluminum bats in high school, to the big leagues and to an offensive team that pulls the ball with authority like the Astros do.
Certainly not suggesting that either plays down the line tonight should be made, but just watching the reaction time, it's just a tick slower than maybe guys who have played the big league level at third base before. Which makes complete sense.
I mean, one thing that people need to understand is Freddie Freeman is a big dude. You know, this isn't a small guy. You know, you look at Alex Bregman and how quick he is. You know, Bregman's 5'9", 5'10". You're talking about a guy 6'5", 6'6", that just doesn't have that first step quickness or the experience that a guy that's playing third base a lot has.
4-pitch walk to Brad Peacock, who was 0 for 11 in his career with 8 strikeouts prior to that 4-pitch walk. The Astros are celebrating Jeff Bagwell's election into the Hall of Fame all season long. A special 5-game ticket package includes tickets to the Hall of Fame weekend in August and access to exclusive Baggy-themed giveaways. Visit Astros.com/mini-plans for more info. We mentioned Springer is just a triple shy of the cycle, but the fact that Brad Peacock just walked probably hurts his abilities to get a triple in this at-bat.
Yeah, I don't know how hard Brad Peacock is going to be running around the bases when they're already up 8-0. We'll have to take a look and see what happens here. But yeah, I think Brad, it's probably going to take a homer to score him from first.
There's a check swing.
But you know what? George would take a homer right here.
But it is a strike. Well, George is batting for the 4th time in 5 innings. Double in the first, home run in the third, single in the fourth. Astros leading 8-0, 2 runners on. Remember, this is a Braves team that just came off a sweep in Oakland. They were playing pretty well. Had a chance to reach 500 for the first time since they were 6-6. Sliced down the right field line. Markakis a long run, but it's a foul ball. No balls, 2 strikes.
So we have nobody out in the top of the 5th. And the Astros already have 13 hits and 8 runs. And George Springer's a big part of the damage that's happened so far against these Braves pitchers.
Braves wrapping up this pre-All-Star game first half with 2 games against the Astros, followed by 4 against the Nationals. They knew this would be a pretty healthy test against the 2 teams that train out of the ballpark of the Palm Beaches. 0-2 pitch in the third. It's 1-2. Brad Peacock, who has batted 3 times tonight, hadn't batted since 2014. Now gets to run the bases.
Does he have a career hit? No
Never been on
career
base
hits.
Before. First time he's ever been on base. And you know, if George puts one in the gap, George is not going to want to settle for a single. Big swing there. Springer down to a knee. George will not be participating in the home run derby, despite being 2nd in the American League in home runs. Said it's just not something he's comfortable with in his first All-Star game. Aaron Judge will be in the home run derby. Miguel Sano also in the home run derby. Judge's teammate Gary Sanchez will participate. Also Mike Moustakas. 2 pitch down low. It's 2-2.
Astros first base coach Rich Dower has a little spiel that he tells every hitter, you know, watch the line drive, don't get doubled up, that kind of stuff. The only thing he's going to say to Brad Peacock, don't get hurt.
Don't get hurt. This is why pitchers run in between starts. Just in case. Well, that's not why. They do it for cardio work. But Brad looks like an athlete out there. Hey, we have really good news from the Astros clubhouse. As good as can be. Left thumb discomfort. That is why Carlos Correa left the game after that headfirst slide. the fact that it was 7-0 at that point, now 8-0, probably allowed AJ the freedom to just put some ice on it, get him out of the game.
Left thumb discomfort. Sounds like it might be a situation that he might have been able to stay in the game had it been a closer game. But AJ does this quite often where he errs on the side of caution instead of pushing the envelope here.
So Springer now with a count of 3-2.
And with the news of that left thumb discomfort, he is day to day like we all are.
You mentioned that head first slide and how dangerous it is into home plate. 3-2 pitches wide, ball 4, and the base runners continue for the Astros. It's a tough situation for any runner coming down the line because the catcher is filled with all this equipment. And now that you're not allowed to run into a catcher, it does put the runner in a tough situation.
Well, you can run into a catcher, but he has to have the ball.
And he has to be blocking the plate. He can't give you a lane.
And it looked like Tyler Flowers had given Correa a place to go, which would be around him towards the third base dugout. But once he received the ball, he closed that gap, got his knee down, and that's actually what Correa slid into, was that left knee with his left hand.
Altuve sends one deep to center field. Springer's telling Peacock to run because this ball's off the wall. They're going to force Brad Peacock to go home. Springer's right behind him. The throw at the plate. Peacock saves Springer out. Unbelievable. 2-run score. Springer kept pushing Brad Peacock to keep running. And there's an out made on the play. And Altuve drives in 2. It is 10-0.
We had a little Rookie of the Year action, the movie, right there, with Springer pushing Brad Peacock around the bases. Peacock ends up scoring standing up. You see the throw from Brandon Phillips right on the money, and George trying to go around Tyler Flowers. And you see how close they really were.
Springer was like one of those cars in the fast lane that's boxed in and couldn't go as fast as he wanted. He kept pushing Brad Peacock around the bases, starting at second base. Peacock was holding up.
Well, the reason why Peacock was holding up is because he's never been out there. He didn't know how well that ball was hit. Altuve absolutely smokes this ball off the fence, the chain link fence of the Braves bullpen.
Reddick drives one deep to center field. Altuve will tag up at second base, and he will head to third. Altuve didn't miss a grand slam by much. Ended up with a 2 RBI double. And if anybody but Brad Peacock was running at second base, it would have been a 3 RBI double. But Peacock forced Springer to put on the brakes a couple of times around the base.
Yeah, Springer had to make sure he didn't pass Peacock, because if he does, then Springer is out. It doesn't matter whether they tag him or not. So he had to make sure he stayed behind Peacock. And then we saw the little tag team thing going on right there.
What if you're Tony DeFrancesco? You're at third base for the first time all year. you know your pitcher has to go because George is already at third. You can't hold Springer up at that point.
You've got the pitcher on base for the first time in his career, not knowing how to read a ball to the outfield. Yeah, that was a little bit of pressure on Tony.
There was too little of a gap for Tony to hold up Springer. The ball to the backstop comes all the way back. Let's take another look at this base running. Watch Peacock.
Peacock's on first base. No, second base. Excuse me. See, he goes back, and look how slow Springer is running. He's trying to get Peacock to run faster, go faster. Yeah, it just doesn't happen. If this was a tighter game, Tony probably would have held Springer at third.
We couldn't. There was no room. There was no room to say one guy go and the other guy stop.
He's got 2 hands.
Look at Springer giving Peacock a hard time. He's like, you caused me to be thrown out at home plate.
Now, here's the real question. Going forward into the next inning, does Peacock have his legs underneath it? He's just run the bases for the first time in his major league career.
It'll be interesting to watch. It is a warm night, as Julia Morales can attest to. As there's a line drive into center field. Oki batting for the first time. Sends Enciarte back deep, but retired for the final out of the inning. So a fun top half of the 5th inning as the Astros add to their lead. It's 10-0. On Root Sports is presented by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. By Whataburger. The burger you've been craving is back at Whataburger. The sweet, spicy bacon burger, now an all-time favorite. And by USAA. Insurance, banking, and investments tailored for the military community. The best promotion in baseball going right now. The Freeze took care of Mr. Powers there.
He had no chance.
He got off to a little stutter start that didn't help, but then the Freeze just blew the doors off coming down the stretch.
He's got some pretty serious top speed, and he holds it well all the way around the outfield. He was flying.
So 10-0. Brad Peacock scoring from second base on a double, running the bases for the first time in his career. We mentioned it's a warm and muggy night. I mentioned that Julia could attest to that because she was out here earlier today getting ready to, in air quotes, race the Freeze.
Yes.
Julia, have you stopped sweating from that run?
No, I haven't.
So you know what Brad Peacock's dealing with right now.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's a little muggier than maybe it was earlier today, but it's been warm here in Atlanta, which was good for my hamstrings.
As long as you stay hydrated.
I did. I needed to hydrate. I did lots of stretching. I jogged.
So you ran that same race?
I did. Ron Washington was out here early, thought I was crazy. I didn't know how to explain that to the people that were in the ballpark at that hour.
Well, Julia, you just saw what the Freeze did. You saw the speed. You think you could really take him?
I think so. A little adrenaline. That's what I was missing earlier.
Yeah, you need the crowd.
Absolutely. You got the crowd. Just someone chasing you. That's really all you need.
Here's you getting those hamstrings and quads ready.
Did you find shoes?
Mentally getting myself ready.
We found out Sunday you didn't pack running shoes.
Right, I had to buy some shoes, so I have brand new shoes. I get out here. The dirt's different than it is at a lot of the other ballparks.
It's soft,
There's
isn't it?
It's more of a pebble.
Yeah.
More of a rocky type surface. So I had new shoes.
Are you making excuses?
No, I just, I needed a few minutes to become one with the course. So that's what I was doing early.
And so as we set this up, the 2-2 pitch, it was basically you racing the course, and even though the Freeze is limited to one race per night, which we just saw that happened moments ago, we basically are going to show what would have happened had you been racing against the Freeze but without the adrenaline of the crowd.
Right.
Is that what? That's our premise.
That was what we were going for.
Okay.
Yes.
3-2 to Flowers, and Brad Peacock picks up another strikeout. Julia, do you want to tell us about this?
Oh, no.
There you go.
There we go. Gonna warm it up.
This is you racing.
So where is the free? Where would the freeze be?
You just
taken
passed
off?
Xfinity, and now he's going past Xfinity. You just went past Equifax. Now
he's catching
This
you.
is where he's catching you right here. It looks like you picked up the speed as you went on.
Yeah, I did.
I think the second half you were faster than the first half even. And
He's so fast.
And you would have just barely lost.
Do you think barely? I think with a little adrenaline, if I had someone chasing me, I might have been able to pick it up.
I think that's
Julie,
pretty
his
impressive.
top speed is ridiculous.
He's so fast.
I am impressed with Julia Morales with that time. That was a pretty good run.
Well, I can tell you this: the dude that the Freeze just raced, you would have smoked him.
Right? See, that's what I was. I think I could have at least jumped in that race and gotten second.
And to be fair, the Atlanta Braves like to pick a Braves fan wearing Braves gear to race against the Freeze. So the Astros, Julia Morales, did not appeal to them as much in the middle of a Braves game. But
they were scared. They were scared of Julia.
Really? Let's be honest here.
They saw that video, that last home game we saw of you in, what was it, in junior high?
Right.
So they saw that video.
If they saw that, they'd be all over it. You sign this girl up.
Well, there's no hurdles. You're okay. There were no hurdles.
It's a good time, though. I think we're going to show you racing one other time against. That was one of the Freeze's fastest times, corner to corner. He doesn't race the exact same time every race, but he's pretty close. But we'll show you against the Freeze one other time before this inning's out, as it's 2-2 to Dansby Swanson. But you basically got a workout in and then had to go to work.
I did. I probably would have liked to do it one more time, because once I knew how it felt, then I was ready and warm.
And you actually talked to the Freeze, so there may be the potential that we could see a real race between you guys somewhere in the future.
Maybe someday.
You guys are like friends now, right?
Right. No, we're buds. I'm his biggest fan.
You go way back.
I think he's incredible. He had a couple of jobs. He's trying to train for the 2018 Indoor Olympics, maybe the 2020 Summer Olympics. He's got big dreams and aspirations. He's very good. Impressive young man.
3-2 pitch. Peacock may be feeling the effects of running the bases. Ball 4. Last two batters have been a 3-2 count. All right, we're going to do this again, Julia. This is a little close-up shot, and here's your head start against the Freeze.
We should have had the crowd noise piping through the stadium speakers. That might have helped me.
Good running form, though.
I'm more of a long-distance runner, not a 200-meter runner.
So
See, that's where he would have. Oh, this is probably where he catches me, right?
Yeah, this is because that's where you're basically even with that guy in the video. So you only lost there by a few strides.
That was a solid showing, Julia. Solid.
Proud of you,
Thank
Julia.
you.
Very well done.
You started off a little slow, but you picked it up.
Like it. And again, the crowd, the adrenaline, the fact that the Freeze is chasing you, that could have improved their time by a second or two, I think.
Yes, and the right shoes. All I needed was some spikes.
Ooh, show the guns. Gun show.
That's before I passed out.
Turn the camera off, lay down in the grass.
Lane Adams is going to pinch hit here for Luke Jackson, who will leave the game. We've seen Brad Peacock coming off of his run in the heat with 3-2 counts, a strikeout and a walk.
Well, you go, okay, listen, pitchers run all the time. Okay, yeah, so he had to run from second to home. Why is that such a big deal? Well, it's exactly what you were just talking about with Julia. The adrenaline, the fact that he hasn't been running right now. All he's been doing is pitching and jogging back and forth to the dugout. So it's just something completely foreign than what he's used to doing when he pitches.
1-2 pitch misses. It's outside 2-2. And it's a warming up night, too. And you were a reliever, but a lot of starters on warm, muggy nights, they would go through a shirt or two during the course of a game.
Have to go up into the locker room and change jerseys. I know a couple guys that actually did it 2 or 3 times just because they sweat so much.
2-2 count is up high. So for the third consecutive batter after running the bases, Peacock now with a 3-2 count.
But I've actually had to do that. Been on base, had to run the bases, and then go back out. And, you know, again, it doesn't matter how good of shape you're in. Your legs are heavy. It's just so foreign to do inside a ball game, especially for someone that has never done it before in Brad Peacock.
And strike 3 called. Lane Adams goes down looking as a pinch hitter. 6th strikeout for Peacock. 2 outs in the 5th. J.H. Williamson saying the freeze is ducking Julia.
I don't think it's so much the freeze as the Atlanta Braves. They didn't want you to blow up their new promotion and beat the freeze.
Jonathan thinks in hurdles you win.
Man, our viewers are awesome.
And
we're getting so much confidence in me.
When are we going to hear that interview, you and the freeze? Is that tomorrow pregame show?
Hopefully so, yeah.
All right.
Maybe a little bit on bases loaded Friday.
Nice. Look forward to that. Ball in the air to right field. Reddick drifts over. Brad Peacock is through 5 shutout innings. Enjoy Julian Morales versus the freeze to break.
Park here in Atlanta, where the Houston Astros are leading the Atlanta Braves 10-0. A ton of promotions are lined up for the second half of the season at Minute Maid Park, including Baggy Hall of Fame weekend, exciting gate giveaways, and the first of many big and bright Friday nights starting on Friday, July 14th. Visit astros.com/promotions for more information.
On we go to inning number 6. Astros with a very comfortable 10-0 lead, the opening game of this 2-game series. New pitcher on for the Atlanta Braves, taking over in the 6th inning. Left-hander Rex Brothers, 29-year-old left-hander, will face Marwin Gonzalez to lead off the inning. Marwin swings to the first pitch and sends one high in the air to center field. It's shallow enough that Brandon Phillips is there and calls off Enciarte for the first out.
Rex Brothers, the 29-year-old left-hander, only has 1 inning going into today, coming back from an injury. He throws a 4-seam fastball in the mid-90s, slider and changeup. It's mostly fastball slider. The left-hander still working his way back from an arm injury.
Now facing Brian McCann. McCann will be batting tonight for the 4th time. His last 2 times he's come up with the bases loaded and 1 out. Astros trying to improve to a season high 30 games over 500. Last time they were 30 games over 500 was September 24th of 2001. They were 90-60. Ground ball caught by Phillips on the short hop in shallow right field. And McCann retired. He's 0 for 4 in his homecoming here to Atlanta. But for Brian McCann, knowing him, he's very satisfied in this game, knowing his pitcher is throwing a shutout right now.
And he hit that ball very hard. Even as far away as Brandon Phillips was, the ball still got on him a lot quicker. And he had to jerk his head out of the way or wear it in the face.
2 outs, bases empty. Yuli Gurriel, the batter. And the fans love that Julia Morales versus the freeze race. That will have to happen for real someday. They don't race every night here. We just learned today, SunTrust Park. I thought the freeze race every night. But they pick their spots. They'll race somewhere in the vicinity of 25 times this year in the 81-game home schedule. Tonight with a big sellout crowd, the race was on. And the freeze won again. I believe he's only lost a couple of times. Opening day, maybe 1 or 2 other times. But he has not faced Julia Morales yet. 1-1 the count to Yuli Gurriel. I'd have to agree with that.
Chicken freeze.
We can't get on the freeze too much. It was really a decision that was made beyond the freezes.
I like that. The Scarlet Speedster.
Ooh.
I like that.
It's a good nickname. It was really beyond the freeze's ability to say yes or no, because I think if it was up to him, he would have been fine racing Julia.
I think the Houston Astros were the Atlanta Braves were the chickens here.
2-1. Yuli Gurriel looking for his 4th hit of the night.
They didn't want their new promotion, which has really become a national thing. Everybody knows about Beat the Freeze.
No doubt.
It's pretty innovative. Didn't want to be beat by a girl.
Julia, they are getting on the freeze himself, but it really wasn't his call, right?
No, not his call. Nigel Talton, my new buddy.
Foul tip. Good inning for Rex Brothers. 1, 2, 3. Top half of the 6th. 10-0 Houston.
The Braves. They've got some pretty good food items at this brand new ballpark, including the Burgerizza 24-ounce ground chuck burger sandwiched between 2 8-inch pepperoni pizzas. And you've got a 1/4 of a pound of hickory smoked bacon. And there's 6 cheddar cheese slices on there as well. And guess who got a fresh delivery?
Don't tell me you're eating that whole thing.
Down here in my spot. You know, it's not as big as I thought it was going to be. But I mean,
was that workout that big? Was
here.
that running against the freeze?
Right,
you got a carb load here?
This was my reward for racing the freeze, in a way. the burgerita. You guys want to try?
Tell me the truth. How many meals would that be for just you?
I could probably eat a. Have you seen me eat the boomstick? Like that was in one sitting. That was in one sitting. I could do some damage. Okay, I love pizza, love burgers. This is a little interesting though, why you would smash them together for the burgerita, but worth a try, right?
I'm impressed that you said it's not that big in person. That burger is not that big in person. Like it looks like it's as big as you.
No.
That has heartburn written all over it.
Man.
By the way, people are suggesting.
You eat that whole thing, you're my hero.
People are suggesting Julia versus Peacock instead of Julia versus.
I think I'm going to hang up my spikes. I think I'm done. Okay.
Here's Freddie Freeman after a fly ball to left off the bat of Brandon Phillips. So you're going to dive into that, Julia? Next time we see you, part of that will be devoured?
Yeah, I'm going to get started.
Okay. Good luck
If
to
there's any
you.
left over, I'll send it up your way.
Just remember, the camera's always on.
I know, right?
If there was ever a more versatile sideline reporter, I don't know. Tonight proves that Julia by far are the best. I mean, anybody that can race with the speed to challenge the freeze and then dive into a food item like that the same night, that's a good combo right there.
Throw a beating on about 12 pounds of food.
1-2 the count to Freddie Freeman. Freeman has one of the 3 hits allowed by Brad Peacock as Freddie fouls one out of play.
Look at that thing.
You look at it. Oh wait, Blummer's not here. That is.
And Julia said it's not that big.
She said, yeah, it doesn't look as big in person. Well, it looks huge.
It's like a really big hamburger.
That serves as a pizza.
It's heavy. Yeah, that serves it as a pizza as well. You're right. Maybe dip it in ranch. I don't know. Add some extra calories.
You can definitely tell you're from Texas. Dip it in ranch.
It's a lot of food. You're right.
10-0 Astros, 6th inning. Houston scoring in 4 consecutive innings, and Brad Peacock just keeps rolling along as he strikes out his 7th batter of the game.
So I guess he's answered the question whether his legs are underneath him. Threw the ball well last inning. Did walk one, struck out a couple. But has bounced back nicely after George Springer picking on him because how slow he is.
What do you think about this season, Mike? Aside from Peacock's speed, he has been as big a surprise on this roster as anybody.
It's really remarkable the adjustments that he's made to get his delivery in a situation that he can repeat it and move the ball around. You know, it's not that easy when you're 30 years old to make mechanical adjustments like he has.
And here he is using the first base side of the rubber, as you talked about earlier, when he faces a right-hand hitter.
Gives him a little bit different angle to the outside corner versus right-handers. And that's what it's all about. When you see a guy moving around on the mound, it's all about the angle that the ball comes in on. And by him moving on this side, it lets him get to the outside corner to a right-hander just a little bit easier.
And he pulls a string on Matt Kemp. It's 1-2. I mean, with these injuries to the pitching staff, who knows where this team would be without Brad Peacock?
It's going to be hard to get him out of the rotation. I mean, he's thrown the ball that well. How do you have that conversation if you're A.J. Hinch?
And the reality is Peacock had temporarily replaced Mike Byers in the rotation.
Right.
Byers came back into the rotation when Charlie Morton went out. We still don't have everybody back. Morton's going to probably get a start in Toronto.
And since that 24 hours in the bullpen, Mike Fiers has been outstanding also.
2-2 to Kemp and a little chopper. Brad Peacock's had a busy day, batting a few times and making plays defensively. We are through 6 with the Astros leading 10-0. On this Independence Day, USAA honors those who have served and all of our service members at home and abroad.
top of the 7th. Connect to Astros baseball all season with the MLB.com at Bat mobile app. Customize the app for the Astros and get awesome stuff all season by subscribing to At Bat Premium. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Download MLB.com at Bat today, the #1 app for live Astros baseball. Todd.
All right, Julia. We head to the 7th. Astros leading 10-0. They will have the bottom 2 in the order, and then back to the top. George Springer will bat for the 5th time tonight as we play in the 7th inning. Springer's already scored 2 runs. He almost scored a 3rd run. Brad Peacock created a little traffic for George on the bases. Bregman has been on base twice, a double, an intentional walk, a run scored, and an RBI. Alex snapped that 0 for 11 his last time up with a double into left. Astros facing the left-hander Rex Brothers, who delivers a pitch up high for a ball, 1-0.
Yeah, Alex, that last at-bat had the double down the line. That was with 2 strikes. Just did a really nice job of staying on the ball, keeping it fair down the 3rd base line.
1-1 to count. Brothers had been entirely in Colorado in his big league career until joining the Atlanta Braves. Had made 286 appearances for the Rockies in 5 years, including at least 70 appearances in 3 consecutive years, 2012, 13, and 14. 70 is a big number. You got there, you pitched a lot of games in your career. 70 is a big number of games in 160.
70 is a good season. That's it might be a little bit more work than some pitchers want to do, especially in today's game. Back then, 70, you might have been maybe top 15 in the league as far as appearances are concerned.
Mike Stanton joining us on this road trip. Jeff Blummer starting the All-Star break as Bregman sends one deep to center field. Ciarte back, leaping, it's off the wall. Bregman with another extra base hit, a leadoff double in the 7th.
Nice effort by Ender and Ciarte on trying to make this play. This ball is hit extremely well by Alex Bregman. Gets a pitch up and out over the plate, puts a nice pass on the ball, nice short swing. And Ciarte full speed into that wall, gets there just about the time, gets to the wall just about the time the ball does, isn't able to come down with it, but it's not from lack of effort.
Gold Glover last year, Ender and Ciarte almost robbed Bregman. Alex now with back-to-back doubles. Brad Peacock, who hadn't batted in 3 seasons, getting a 4th plate appearance. Last time he walked and scored a run on a Jose Altuve double.
Knowing George Springer and his personality, you think that George is ever going to let Brad Peacock live that down?
Probably not.
I don't think there's any chance.
Altuve missed a home run by literally a couple of feet, and Springer made sure Peacock was running on the bases and was pushing him all the way around to the point where Tony DeFrancesco couldn't stop one because the other one was just
they were almost fused together, grounding 3rd.
Peacock's got a good pitch count, 81 pitches through 6 innings. That's why he's getting a chance to bat here. Ground ball. How about that?
Nice.
Moves the runner along to 3rd base. Is there anything Brad Peacock hasn't done well tonight? I mean, it's 10-0, so it's not a huge run to move ahead, but that's a professional AB right
We're
there.
going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he was trying to do this, that this ball didn't just beat him. It actually looks like he was trying to go that way. Nice job, Brad Peacock. Not just a pitcher, a ball player, running the bases, getting the runner over, doing the small things.
I know there are a lot of Astros fans that really miss the National League style. It is a style that allows the pitcher to be a full athlete. It's fun to watch Brad Peacock get a chance to do that tonight. George Peacock made sure of that on the bases the last time, and George Springer made sure of that for Peacock to be a base runner last time by pushing him on the bases. Springer still a triple shy of the cycle. Double, home run, single, and walk.
Has yet to make an out today.
And it's 0-2. Infield is in for the Braves, with Bregman on third base and 1 out. Springer will start for the American League 1 week from tonight. Aaron Judge and Mookie Betts are the other outfielders. Betts named as the starter after Mike Trout, still recovering from the injury, will not be available as he was voted in.
Both very good baseball players, but opposite ends of the spectrum as far as how they go about their business. Aaron Judge, one of the bigger players in the league, probably top 3, and then Mookie Betts is one of the smaller players. Still swings a big bat.
One and 2 the count to George. You see the infield in. Springer has knocked in a run on a solo home run, scored 2 runs, and created one of the more amusing moments of the season when he was pushing Brad Peacock around the bases. And it's fouled at the plate, stays 1 and 2. Thanks to all those men and women who are here in attendance tonight for their service on this Independence Day 2017.
They are the reason why we get to take the liberties that we do. We can come to a baseball game like this on 4th of July.
Sold out crowd tonight at SunTrust Park. Been watching a lot of Astros highlights so far. Astros, if they win this game to move to 30 games over 500, will do so in game 84 of the season, the earliest in their history that they've been 30 games over 500 before tonight was 1998 when they were 80 and 50 in game number 130 of the season. They have a chance to smash that record by 46 games. 46 games earlier than the best in team franchise history to get to 30 games over.
Going 30 games over just isn't something that happens all that often. I mean, there are teams every year that play very well, but when you break it all down to the number of seasons, number of games that everyone plays, going that far over is pretty spectacular, especially when we're still talking, we're just over halfway in the season.
Game 84, we're just barely over halfway. If you go 30 over for the season, you're sitting at 96 and 66 for the year. And they're 30 over after 84 games.
It's been such a fun season so far, and what it's done more than anything else, it's put extremely high expectations on this team going forward.
And it's possible, as Springer fouls one into the Astros dugout, that this could keep getting better because there's a couple of guys in that Astros dugout, Charlie Morton and Dallas Keuchel, who are returning to the Astros. Morton before Keuchel, but they'll add a little boost.
They've been doing it with a shadow of what their pitching staff, their rotation once was. Guys like Francis Martez have done a nice job of treading water and helping this team, just win a few games while these guys have been out.
Long at bat for Springer, but he's retired for the first time tonight. As Brothers strikes him out, second strikeout for Rex in the second inning of work. And here's Jose Altuve. Altuve with a 2 RBI double his last time up, also has a single.
Now you look at what Brad Peacock has done. You have to remember, Mike Fiers was out of the rotation, albeit for 24 hours. He had to come back from the bullpen because of injuries. So, with the 3 players we just mentioned, and then you throw in a David Paulino, these guys did a pretty nice job of just keeping the team in the game and letting this offense take over. For the regular season, that's fine. You go to the playoffs, that's a completely different animal. but it's why you play 162. So everybody has to put up with the injuries, whether it's in their rotation or in their lineup.
Altuve drives one deep to left field, all the way back, gone. 2-run home run, Jose Altuve. And the Astros lead it by a dozen. It's 12-0.
Jose Altuve with a very nice swing on a pitch out over the plate. Gets a slider. Looks like it's supposed to be down and in. Brothers leaves it up and out over the plate. And you see Altuve put a nice pass on the ball. Not try to hit a homer, just hit it hard. Created some backspin, and that ball carries out straight away left field.
Altuve now joins Springer and Gurriel with 3 hits apiece. And the hits continue for the Astros. They're up to 16 in the game and a dozen runs. They are approaching their season high in hits. They almost found that mark the other night at home. They have a season high of 19 hits in a game that many people are talking about on our Twitter Tuesday, that 11-run 8th inning in Minnesota. 16 hits now through 7 innings. And the Astros lead it 12-0. On this July 4th, Independence Day, we stay here for the 7th inning stretch and join the PA announcer in Atlanta, Casey Motter.
America's Freedom, with the singing of God Bless America, performed by Atlanta Braves opera tenor Timothy Miller.
While storm clouds gather far across the sea,
let us swear allegiance to a land that's free.
Let us all be grateful for a land so fair, as we raise our voices in a solemn prayer.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my
We thank all of our viewers tonight on Root Sports Southwest, and in particular, a very special set of viewers out in Afghanistan. Thank you very much to the 16th Combat Aviation Brigade tuning in tonight. Shots of them watching the Astros game on this Independence Day. Again, we can't.
Todd, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning over there in Afghanistan. So thank you for your service, but also thank you for staying up late. I'm sure that alarm clock is going to come rather quickly for these guys.
Well, they've seen a lot of highlights tonight from their Astros. Astros leading this game 12-0. Brad Peacock still out there. He's batted 4 times. He's run the bases, scored a run for the first time in his career. He joins Mike Fiers now for the team lead amongst pitchers in runs scored with 1 this season. And he'll face Nick Markakis and delivers a fastball for a ball, 1-0.
That's the team lead, huh? A whole 1.
Fiers was a pinch runner.
That's right.
He was a pinch runner in a game in Oakland and scored a run. And then Brad Peacock tonight getting a chance to get on base via the walk, and George Springer made sure that he scored a run tonight. Peacock running the bases behind Springer was what Julia needed with the Freeze chasing her. He needed that incentive.
Needed a little inspiration.
That push. Because Springer was just pushing Peacock forward, and that's what I think Julie would have shown a little bit extra if the Freeze was actually head-to-head instead of that simulated race that we did. Someday we will have that. 2-1 the count to Markakis.
Yeah, I think the only thing George was really asking for Peacock is maybe a cattle prod or something to get him going a little bit faster.
They had a good laugh about it after the inning. Julia, how are you doing on the pizza burger?
Oh. That
well, huh?
Yeah. It's rich. It's really rich. There's a lot happening with the bacon. It's kind of like a cheeseburger pizza for those who've had one of those. Just like that.
Except about 6 pounds worth.
Yeah.
Julia always willing to try the newest item in different ballparks. Astros' first visit to SunTrust Park. 3-2 the count to Markakis. And he stays alive with a foul ball. Hey, the old style rainbow jerseys that we saw in Seattle on the last trip. Turn back the clock game. Astros going 6-1 on that road trip to improve to 29-9 away from home. 29-9. No other Major League Baseball team has lost fewer than 16 on the road. Cleveland is the next best at 26-16. It has been a remarkable season, but the road record is astounding. 3-2 pitch, and Brad Peacock may be giving up his first run of the game. Reddick watches, and it's off the top of the wall, over Reddick's head. Markakis is going to think about 3, and he'll hold up as Reddick gets the ball back in quickly, and a near tag by Marwin Gonzalez almost gets the out. Nick Markakis a leadoff double in the 7th.
Josh Reddick misplayed this just a little bit. Here you see the pitch, a fastball kind of down and into Markakis. And you see Reddick get too close to the wall and the ball bounces over his head. If he plays this a little bit better, there's a play on Markakis at second base. But he did a nice job of hustling after the ball bounced over his head to hold Nick Markakis to just a double.
2 different textures on that right field wall too. The ball coming off those bricks a little bit harder.
Yeah, the lower texture is actually a pad, and the ball's going to die a little bit off of that, but that hit off the bricks high up on that right field wall.
Matt Adams will bat, and he'll take a called strike. Yesterday was a day off for the Astros, and today with Brad Peacock pitching as well as he is, A.J. Hinch has not moved any arms in the bullpen. To this point, Peacock has reached the 90 pitch plateau, 94 pitches to be exact. Off the end of the bat, Brad will have to make the bare hand try himself. The throw is wide and safe at first base. Gurriel on the hop made the play, but at that point, Adams had beat out the infield hit.
Brad decided to try and make this a spinning throw instead of planting and making a firm throw. I think if he plants his feet, he has a chance to get him as he's running down first base, but still a pretty athletic play. And with that, we're seeing stirring in the Astros bullpen.
Peacock's high pitch count came against the A's in his last start, 106. Faced Tyler Flowers 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. That ball's driven into left center field. That's going to get down for a hit all the way to the wall, up into the crowd. That saves a run for now, as Adams has to stop at third. So Peacock, who has had a long night both on the bases and on the mound, starting to show maybe some signs of fatigue in the seventh inning.
Brad Peacock starting to miss his spots. This pitch is just right down the center to Tyler Flowers, who puts a swing on it, drives the ball into the left center field gap. It's starting to look like fatigue is starting to set in for Brad Peacock. What he's got to do now is just concentrate on executing the pitch. Don't try and do too much here. Just continue to make quality pitches to get these guys out.
So the shutout is over. It's now 12-1 game. Dansby Swanson, the batter. Astros with the infield back with this big lead. We'll be happy to trade it out for a run. Pitch misses to Swanson, 1-0. Adams on third, Flowers on second. Peacock has never recorded an out this season in the seventh inning. His deepest start so far was 6 innings in a game at Texas. Left-hander Asher Tolliver beginning to throw in the Astros bullpen. Astros with a 9-man pen today, with Joe Musgrove anticipated being activated tomorrow. They'll probably lose one of their relievers tomorrow. Although with the All-Star break coming up, there's a chance they could finagle some things and possibly use Francis Martez down there as a bullpen arm in tomorrow's game. 2-1 to count.
Todd, we just got some more good news from the Astros clubhouse that the x-rays on Carlos Correa's thumb are negative. So that is really good news that he is day-to-day. And there's no broken bones in that left hand.
In case you're just joining us, Correa left this game after sliding in and being tagged out at home plate. On the plate, Tyler Flowers' shin guard, left leg, came down on the hand of Carlos Correa, as Correa made the final out of the 4th inning and then left the game after that.
The ill-advised head-first slide into home plate. And he slid right into the left shin guard, left knee of Tyler Flowers, and left the game with that left thumb discomfort.
Now the count's 3-2. Peacock's line was very good coming into this inning. He wants to keep it as clean as possible. He's already allowed 1 run in this inning. 2 on and a 3-2 count. Brad just over 100 pitches for only the 2nd time this year. He's pitching on his normal rest with the day off yesterday. Pitching in the spot in the rotation previously held by David Paulino. Suspended for the rest of the season, so Brad pitches in turn in terms of days of rest, even though he is technically in the spot vacated by Paulino in the rotation. A long look in from Peacock, and now he and Brian McCann will talk about this next pitch. They threw a changeup on 2-2 in a 12-1 game, and I think you're pretty much wanting to throw pitch you can throw for a strike here.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, Todd. The score, in my opinion, score really doesn't matter. Now, you know, if you're behind in the count, yeah, you probably don't want to throw something you don't have a whole lot of confidence in that you're going to throw for a strike, but you're still trying to get guys out here.
And that's not the pitch he wanted to throw. That's ball 4. Now the bases are loaded. Braves are going to announce a pinch hitter. Brent Strom's going to go out and talk to his starter, Brad Peacock. Braves will send up Danny Santana as a pinch hitter in this 12-1 game with the bases loaded.
Now, Todd, one thing with Brent Strom going out right here, this means that barring an injury, Brad Peacock has to face the next batter. So if A.J. Hinch wanted to pull him right here, unless he was hurt, he wouldn't be allowed to. Brad Peacock has to face this hitter, and then a move can be made next hitter if A.J. chooses to do so.
It's a lopsided game, and A.J. trying to squeeze everything he can out of Brad Peacock, but the tank has been nearly emptied for Brad. We have been cruising along through 6 innings, but in this inning, a double, infield single, another double, a walk, and now facing the pinch hitter Santana.
Really just looking for a ground ball double play.
Instead, it's a ground ball base hitting to right field. That'll score a couple of runs. Over to third goes Swanson. It's now a 12-3 game. 5 straight base runners allowed in this inning by Peacock, as Santana drives in 2 with a pinch hit single. That will be the last batter that Peacock faces tonight. Out comes A.J. Hinch. So Hinch has made the call into the bullpen. The left-hander Asher Tolliver had been warming up. Peacock does not get an out in the 7th inning. He matches his season-high long 6 innings as a starter this year, but faces 5 batters in the 7th, and we will tell you about Tolliver when we come back. This pitching performance is powered by Kubota. Tonight, Brad Peacock, 6 innings of 7 hit. To this point, 3-run baseball, responsible for a couple of runners on. Very good for 6 innings, kind of ran into a wall in the 7th.
Yeah, it looked like he lost his legs, got a little bit tired. A.J. tried to get as much out of him as he could, but he was outstanding for a big portion of this game, especially with the idea that the Astros scored some big runs, multiple innings, so those were times he had to sit on the bench and wait with the possibility of losing his concentration. He ran the bases, got the runner over, kind of did it all tonight for the Astros.
4 of the 7 hits he allowed coming in this 7th inning, as Ender Enciarte will face the new Astros pitcher Asher Tolliver. Oliver with a pitch that gets away. McCann will make the throw to second, and out at second base is Danny Santana. In a 12-3 game in which your team has put the first 5 on base, Santana tried to advance on a pitch that got away from McCann. And for now, they're saying out at second base.
It was a breaking ball in the dirt from Tolliver. The McCann blocked. It got away from him just a little bit, but came up throwing. So the umpire helped out just a little bit. Made a good throw to second base. And if you look, almost looks like Marwin Gonzalez blocked second base just a little bit. Brian Snitker and the Braves are not going to challenge, so yes, he was out at second base.
So the first out of the inning comes on a runner trying to advance. Nice assist from Mike Estabrook, as you mentioned. That ball hit the home plate umpire and kept the ball in play. Or at least close to Brian McCann where he could make the play. Now it's 1-1. Tolliver is a guy who pitched for the Orioles last year and now pitching in his 3rd game with the Astros.
29-year-old left-hander, fastball, slider, change. Those is fastball, low mid-90s. Can be tough on left-handers if he's getting that slider over for a strike.
He's had 2 outings as an Astro this year. One was unbelievably good. High fly ball into right center field. This should score another run as Swanson will tag up, although Reddick will make a throw home. No, they're not going to send the runner. What a throw by Reddick. Reddick makes a bullet of a throw from center field as he took the ball from George Springer, and those two have a couple of words for each other. And Reddick threw an absolute BB home, and they held the runner at third base.
We've seen this year that Josh Reddick likes to throw the ball to home plate. And when he does it, a lot of times he doesn't do it with a bounce. He throws it in the air. And here makes a very good throw all the way to home plate to the catcher, Brian McCann. Fortunately for the Braves, Dansby Swanson wasn't going, or else he would have been out at the plate.
That's one of those outfielder dream situations with only runner on third base. You don't have to worry about the cutoff man.
You can just air it out.
You can air it out, throw it as hard as you possibly can to home plate. Gurriel was there for the cutoff, but it wasn't necessary.
And that was probably what George Springer was telling Josh Reddick was, hey, I wanted to do that.
Josh calling off George. 1-0 the count to Brandon Phillips. This will be nice if Asher Tolliver can come in and not allow any of the inherited runs for Peacock. Just foul off the bat of Phillips. It's 1-1. That was an issue in the last homestand. The starters left 7 inherited runners in that homestand, and all 7 scored.
That is, if you want to get down to the bare essence of relief pitching, that's really what it is getting someone else out of trouble. You come in with a guy on third base, nobody out. Yeah, that's a tough situation. But, you know, really that's what one of the things that I tried to pride myself on was stranding those runners, helping someone else out. Because by helping someone else out, you also help the team.
I would like to see in this day of advanced analytics something more for relief pitchers that really amplifies that. If Tolliver comes into the situation, I know the game is a little bit out of hand right now, 12-3, but if he comes in first and third, nobody out, and gets through that, that's a lot different than just throwing any shutout inning.
Coming in with 2 outs and a runner on first base.
Right.
You know, there is definitely, it'd be nice to see something that would be able to quantify those 2 separate situations.
Now he's behind 3-1. We mentioned 2 varied results for Tolliver. First outing against Cleveland, first time up with the Astros, 4 innings. He soaked up innings in a game where the Astros desperately needed it.
And that was a situation that at the time the Astros starters were not going deep. The bullpen was tapped out and needed somebody to go out there and just give them outs. And he didn't just get outs for the Astros. It was quality innings in those 4.
And then his last outing, which was just Sunday, the last game for Houston, he pitched against the Yankees in a shutout situation. 3 runners reached, did not record an out. So now he has a chance for a little bounce back outing. He walks Phillips, and he'll face Freddie Freeman here with runners on the corners and 2 outs.
Well, you have left on left here, but I don't know if you're really pitching around Brandon Phillips to get to Freddie Freeman.
Breaking ball misses. Freeman in his first game back for the Braves since being placed on the disabled list after being hit by a pitch on May 17th. At the time, he was tied for the major league lead in home runs. Still leads his team with 14 home runs despite missing 44 games. 1-1 to count.
Todd, I'll tell you, it doesn't look like there's been any ill effects of those 4 games and a very short rehab stint for Freddie Freeman. He actually, the timing at the plate, the way he's swinging the bat, he looks like he's been playing for a few weeks instead of just a few days.
Had a base hit in his first at bat tonight. He's 1 for 3. Taking some tough pitches that are just off the plate. It's 2-1. Astros scoring 2 in the top half of the 7th. Jose Altuve, a 2-run home run. Braves scoring 3 in the bottom half, all charged to Brad Peacock. Peacock still responsible for the runner on third. And a line drive caught by Yuli Gurriel, so Tolliver does not allow either inherited run to score, and the Astros head to the 8th, leading by 9.
It's time to reveal the winner of today's Chevy Stroh poll. Thanks for voting in our poll today. Remember, you can find them at Root Sports SW on Twitter. Which current or future Hall of Famer shortstop is most comparable to Carlos Correa? You guys vote young Alex Rodriguez with 54%. Derek Jeter coming in second with 33%. Let's take a look back at a young A-Rod in Seattle.
Todd, it's not surprising that this is the choice, because it's not just the game on the field. They even resemble each other. Both of them 6'4", 6'5", long, lanky. They both hit for power. They both hit for average. Very similar type players.
Thanks for participating in tonight's Stroh poll as Oakey sends one foul. Oakey batting for the second time. Correa unfortunately had to leave the game. A little left thumb injury, soreness. X-rays negative. That is good news, and Oakey now in that spot of Correa. But yeah, I think early Alex Rodriguez in Seattle as a shortstop, pretty good comp.
It is. So if Correa can come anywhere close to the numbers that Alex Rodriguez put up, yes, there's question about how he got there, but the numbers are the numbers, and they are spectacular.
Correa is having himself quite a year. You're seeing the maturation of a kid who's in his third season at age 22.
Yeah, Ian Kroll is actually pitching for the Braves right now. I thought the struggles he had last year has made him a better player this year because he's had to make some adjustments. He was a good player last year. He was not a great player.
Little chopper, Kroll, the aforementioned left-hand pitcher, makes the play to get Aoki.
And what I mean by that was we saw the pitchers in the American League, in Major League Baseball, make an adjustment. They started pounding him in. They started facing him like a true middle-of-the-lineup bat. And you know, he needed to make an adjustment, and he didn't make an adjustment as quickly as some, but he did going into this season. And what you're seeing now, you're seeing a much more comfortable player in who he is, and he's made those adjustments to pitch, to get to the ball the inside, to lay off the pitch, the breaking ball away. And you know, the Astros organization is the beneficiary of those adjustments that he's made.
Here's Marwin Gonzalez after Aoki tapped out to the pitcher. You've got two guys at ages 20 and 21 in Correa and A-Rod who hit 20-plus home runs. Last year, Carlos Correa, and again, it's all relative, but some people were disappointed with the season, still drove in 96 runs and hit 20 home runs. And he hit 274.
Yeah, he was a good player. I mean, at any age, he was good. At 21 years old, yeah, I mean, you could even say he had a very solid year. But the expectations after winning the Rookie of the Year weren't, let's just have a solid year. It was for him to become, you know, Mike Trout, for him to become one of the best players in the league. And it just simply didn't happen that last year. But he has used last year as a sounding board to really propel himself into becoming one of the better players in the league again this year.
The guy at the plate's becoming one of the more versatile and better players in the league. Marwin Gonzalez, what a season he's having. He's been on base 3 times tonight. Double, single, hit by a pitch. Drove in a run. And he is ahead of the count 3-1 facing Ian Kroll.
He just looks so comfortable at the plate, whether it's left-handed or right-handed. You don't see him jumping at the pitcher. You don't see him offering it a whole lot of pitches out of the zone. And when he gets a mistake that he can handle, most of the time he barrels it up.
3-2 the count. Kroll taking over for Rex Brothers, who pitched a couple of innings, the 6th and the 7th. Brothers allowed a 2-run home run to Jose Altuve. Astros with a big 12-3 lead, trying to win this first game of 2 against Atlanta. Called third strike. Gonzalez goes down looking. Second out. First strikeout for Kroll.
That was a nice pitch right there from Ian Kroll. It had gone away from Marwin Gonzalez the pitch before. Goes fastball in. You see Tyler Flowers not move his glove. Just sticks it right there on the inside corner. Marwin tried to buy it by walking across the plate, but he knew that pitch was a high quality pitch from Kroll.
Brian McCann getting the start tonight in his return back to Atlanta, looking for his first hit against his former team. Takes a pitch for a ball. Back-to-back lefties tonight, in this series, including tonight in Sean Newcomb. Tomorrow will be Jaime Garcia. And then they'll also face a lefty to start the Blue Jays series. So you've got to think Evan Gattis may get a start. And if you face 3 lefties in a row, Gattis may get that middle game. He may get tomorrow as a start, so it could be a little homecoming for Evan tomorrow too.
Jaime Garcia can be very tough on both lefties and righties. He doesn't throw anything straight. He's not a hard thrower, but his fastball, his 2-seam fastball, has some serious run on it. He's got a nice changeup. He's got a breaking ball. Hasn't been able to command it. This is a guy that back in St. Louis, he was
little flare to left. Matt Kent makes a basket catch to end the inning. 12-3, bottom half of the 8th.
bottom of the 8th. And in case you missed it earlier, A.J. Hinch announced before the game that Joe Musgrove will be recalled. He will make the start tomorrow right here in Atlanta after a nice start in the minors where he was just trying to have a mental break. And then you were just looking at Charlie Morton, another guy we've been eyeing on his return, had another great rehab outing, said everything was good for him. The pitches the velocity was there, his stuff was there. He would have liked to be a little bit more effective at the AA level, but lat feels great. And that's the important part for Charlie, who's coming off the DL and will start Friday in Toronto. And he is looking forward to that. Was also really excited about seeing this ballpark too. He was looking forward to getting here as he had spent some time with the Braves at Turner Field as well, but really looking forward to seeing this stadium, and he is a big fan. But good to see Charlie, all smiles, as he will return to the mound for the Astros on Friday, guys.
And still spends a lot of time here in Atlanta in the offseason, does Charlie Morton. And Michael Feliz takes over as a new pitcher for the Astros in the bottom half of the 8th inning.
24-year-old right-hander has high velocity fastballs. Been pretty good for the Astros in kind of the middle long relief role. His last time out, he threw a perfect 7th inning against the against the Yankees, and that was on Sunday.
So Feliz will face Matt Kemp, Nick Markakis, and Matt Adams. That last inning, when the Braves sent up Danny Santana as a pinch hitter, he stayed in the game. Brandon Phillips left the game. A double switch was made, so Ian Kroll now bats in the number 2 spot. The pitcher spot is occupied by Santana. It's 0-2 on Kemp. Saw Charlie Morton on the bench. He's flanked by Lance McCullers Jr. and Dallas Keuchel. They're almost in the order of how you'd expect them to come back. And the assistant athletic trainer right behind them. You've got Lance. Now Fires is in the middle. Charlie's down there behind Mike Fires, and then Dallas Keuchel. So we will see Charlie Morton in Toronto, and then hopefully Dallas Keuchel shortly after the All-Star break.
We don't want to speak too soon, but it does look like that AJ and the Astros have kind of treaded water to get this rotation back in line. It looks like all these guys are progressing in the right direction. And come post All-Star break, looks like they may have their full rotation back.
That is Jeremiah Randall, the head athletic trainer, now right in the midst of those starters. If you're the head athletic trainer, that's where you have spent most of your time here in the past few weeks, is hanging out with those starters who are hopefully slowly coming back. There is Jeremiah right in between Dallas and Lance, and Charlie Morton right in front of him.
Yeah, most athletics trainers spend most of their time with the pitching staff. Whether it's nursing injuries or just aches and pains, whatever it may be. But he's among the best, and he's got a great rapport with these guys. They completely trust him. And that's one of the big aspects about being a trainer, about being a team doctor, is do your players trust you? And if they do, then that bodes well for you guys going forward.
Leads now with a full count against Kemp, 3-2. This game started a little bit late tonight. 7:35 Eastern time first pitch scheduled. We got underway at 7:53. The game is already 3 hours old as we play in the bottom half of the 8th inning, but nothing will compare to a July 4th game in Atlanta to what happened in 1985.
Well, what was that?
That was a 19-inning contest between the Mets and the Braves.
19 innings.
And they continued to keep their tradition of shooting off fireworks after the game, even though at that point we were talking about 3:30 or 4 in the morning.
I wonder what the attendance was at the end of that game to actually see those fireworks.
Rick Camp, who was about an .050 career hitter, hit a home run in the bottom half of the 18th to extend that game.
That was his first home run, right?
First home run, 2 outs, nobody on. Gary Carter, who caught.
There's a few people back there.
Yeah, the people were hanging out at that point. Tom Foreman on the mound.
The deep left. He goes back. It is gone. Holy cow. Oh my goodness. I don't believe it.
Of all people, the pitcher, Rick Camp, You saw the left fielder's reaction. He couldn't believe it. I think the longest I ever played in was 16 maybe. But there were, it might not even have been the longest. I think there were games, some extra inning games. Yankees, Red Sox, Yankees, Baltimore. And we could play a 4.5-hour, 9-inning game in a heartbeat.
It was so late that night in 1985 that when the fireworks were finally shot off there by Fulton County Stadium, a lot of people called in to the police thinking there was gunfire in the area.
Sure, because Fulton County Stadium was right off the freeway, but it was also in a residential area.
There were fireworks that night. The Mets eventually won that game. Camp hit the home run to tie it in the 18th. The Mets would score 5 in the next inning, and the Braves would come back for 2 more. But the Mets won that game, and it was one of the wildest games in the history of baseball, and certainly in the history of the Atlanta Braves. Phillies, after walking Matt Kemp, now 2-2 on Nick Markakis.
Now that was 2 stadiums ago.
Yep.
That was Turner Field. That was actually in Fulton County Stadium. And if that area in left field, if that reminded you of anything, that was kind of the same area that Hank Aaron hit his 715.
Markakis chases that off-speed delivery by Michael Feliz, and he goes down swinging. So a walk and a strikeout so far by Feliz. Aaron's 715th was caught by Tom House in the bullpen for the Braves. That was a big deal. Jack Billingham, as we had our name the Astro in the last homestand, gave up number 714. Here's Matt Adams batting with 1 on and 1 out. There will be fireworks tonight in this brand new ballpark. By the way, the biggest crowd so far this season, which obviously qualifies it as the biggest crowd in the history of the stadium, 41,456 tonight. They have not watched many highlights from the Braves, but they will get to see fireworks tonight.
Have not been very boisterous. They were early, but the Astros score 1 in the second, 4 in the third. That kind of took the wind out of the sails of this crowd.
Astros would add 2 more in the 4th, 3 more in the 5th, and then 2 more in the 7th. It was 12-0 before the Braves scored their first run. The timeline in building the stadium was really very impressive. They got this job done in a total of 37 months. Design 8 months, construction 29 months. Of all the recent stadiums, it was by far the quickest process.
Well, they did a wonderful job. It's beautiful inside. The surrounding area is still under construction and will be for a while because they're trying to build a destination, not just a ballpark. They want these Braves fans to come out and not just spend a few hours to watch a ball game. They want them to spend all day, well, even all evening. It's the whole reason why they came out here, because you wouldn't be able to do that around Turner Field.
Two and two the count to Adams. By comparison, Citi Field, total of 46 months. Target Field, 48 months. Marlins Park, 49 months. Those are 3 of the more recent stadiums. Yankees Stadium, 51 months. So the 5 most recent stadiums built, this timeline was 9 months quicker than the other 4. 2-2 the count to Adams. He reached on an infield single against Brad Peacock. Peacock pitched outstanding baseball for 6 innings and kind of tired out there in the 7th as Adams hooks one down the line and right. Kemp will head to 3rd. Adams will be into 2nd. And the Braves have runners on 2nd and 3rd with 1 out in the 8th inning.
Matt Adams not with the best of swings on the ball. Gets an off-speed pitch, a slider up and out over the plate, but he is so big and so strong. Just kind of flicks his wrist and gets around this, but is able to get it over Yuli Gurriel's head and drop it into the corner down in right field.
Tyler Flowers 1 for 3, RBI double, a couple of strikeouts. In the air to center field, Springer on the move. He'll catch up and make the play. Tagging and scoring is Matt Kemp. Over to third goes Matt Adams. With the sacrifice fly, it now makes it a 12-4 game. Treat your employees, host clients, or even celebrate a special occasion with an Astros luxury suite at the ballpark. Reserve a suite and create a premium experience your group is sure to remember by visiting astros.com/suites or call 1-877-9-ASTROS. Second RBI of the night for Tyler Flowers. 12-4 game with 2 outs, a runner on third, and Dansby Swanson is the batter.
Well, Todd, you just heard 40,000+ people doing the tomahawk chop. And I was lucky enough to be here when that started in Fulton County Stadium, 1991. A couple students from Florida State University came up late spring, and in between innings they started doing it, and it just took off like wildfire. And it also coincided with a big run in the second half that the Braves started the first of 14 divisional winning seasons.
You were here for some very impressive baseball. 89 was your first year?
89, I got called up, oh goodness, August 24th, 1989. 1990, I missed most of the season with the shoulder injury, but we were bad. We were worst team in the National League. And about halfway through the season in 1991, we were right at 500.
On the ground, Bregman will make the play across. Nicely done by the Astros third baseman. We'll talk more about the early 90s Braves baseball with Mike Stanton when we come back in the ninth. It's 12-4.
Like we promised you earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. We're going to take a look at what the Astros offense has done. Not very nice to these Atlanta Braves pitchers. Did a nice job of every time there was a mistake, they were hammering the ball by young left-hander Sean Newcomb. He made mistakes, and the Astros made him pay multiple times, knocking him out of this game relatively early. And you know, it's fun to watch this team when they're swinging the bats like this. I tell you, it's not very much fun pitching against them, that's for sure, Todd.
No, and the new pitcher will be Jason Mott, pitching in the 9th inning of this 12-4 game, and he throws a fastball inside to Yuli Gurriel, 1-0. Yuli's done a lot of damage in this game as you look at Mott appearing in his 30th game of the year.
26-year-old right-hander had Tommy John in 2013 and just never has quite been the same.
In the air to center, and Ciarte waits for it. Gurriel retired. He's now 3 for 5.
Jason Mott used to throw in the high 90s when he was closing for the St. Louis Cardinals, but after that Tommy John, he's low mid 90s. He does throw a cutter, actually throws more cut fastballs than he does regular fastballs. Kind of pitches backwards in that regard.
Especially left-hand hitters, he will throw a high percentage of cutters facing the right-hand hitting Alex Bregman. So you were starting to go in, as we reach break at the end of the 8th inning, about the worst to first season in 1991.
Yeah, so halfway through the season, we're about a 500 team. And then for something happened around July, and it was like we didn't lose in the second half. Now, that coincided with the tomahawk chop, and by the end of the season, we were battling the Los Angeles Dodgers, which had Eric Davis, Darryl Strawberry, Earl Hershiser. I mean, big names. And I still get chills thinking about it. Fulton County Stadium was a completely enclosed stadium. During our batting practice, which they haven't opened the doors yet, you can hear the people outside the stadium doing the tomahawk chop. Wow. It was pretty spectacular. Very to hear cool. That. I mean, kind of eerie, having all that noise come into the stadium. Instead, it's usually the other way around.
Bregman, who has a couple of doubles in this game with a 2-2 count.
And it has just taken off from, now you got tomahawks all over everywhere. But that was 1991. Credit just a few students from Florida State University.
And that began quite a run, that 91 season.
14 straight divisional champions. The only time they weren't was it 94? When there wasn't a divisional champion. That was the strike year.
Strike year, yep, 1994. And that incredible finish to the Pirates and Braves series where Sid Bream crossed home plate. And at the time, you knew that might have been the last gasp for the Pittsburgh Pirates because they were soon dismantled. They couldn't keep all their players around with Bonds and Bonilla and the rest of the crew.
Stan Belinda was the pitcher.
Bregman has 3 hits tonight. He joins the 3-hit party. So Springer, Gurriel, Bregman, and also Jose Altuve, part of the 3-hit gang tonight.
Stan Belinda was the pitcher for the Pirates. He gives up just a weak 10 hopper through the left side. Barry Bonds is playing left field. And to say Sid Bream is slow is a drastic understatement. Guy had 2 bad knees, wore 2 big knee braces. And the one chink in the armor for Barry Bonds, even back then, was he couldn't throw very well. He had all the other 4 tools, but he really didn't have an arm. Did not make a strong throw, didn't make an accurate throw. Sid Bream slid in, and the rest is history. It's one of the biggest plays in Atlanta Braves, the franchise history.
Yeah, it was pretty much, and it was the end of a run by the Pirates. And that was one of those moments where you were like, they didn't take advantage of it there. The Braves would go on to many more years of success, but you knew that was maybe the last gasp for Jim Leyland's crew.
91 and 92. After that is when I think Bonds got traded, Bonilla got traded.
Bonilla went to the Mets.
I think even Doug Drabeck, Houston native.
Jake Marisnick pinch hitting.
He was, they let him go. And then that started their long, and talking about the Pirates, their long run of below 500 years that was just broken just 4 or 5 years ago.
Marisnick pinch hitting for Michael Feliz. James Hoyt will pitch the 9th inning. He's been warming up in the Astros bullpen. 12-4 game. We're in the 9th. Pitch misses away. It's 1-2. You were here as both a setup man and a closer at times.
We had what you call a bullpen by committee for a long time there. until Mark Wohlers finally took over. Now, he was part of that committee for a couple years, but we had several guys in the bullpen that could close, and what Bobby Cox did was he went with the hot hand.
Saw the top 10 list in Braves history. You're up there at number 8 all-time in saves in this franchise. 2-2 the count to Marisnick, in the air to center field, drifting towards right field, but Inciarte will call off Markakis and make the play. A couple of Gold Glovers out there. 2 away.
Which, Todd, that kind of surprised me because you were the first one that saw it and pointed it out to me. I think I had 55 saves for this team. But the more I think about it, there hasn't been a whole lot of closers. Even when I was closing back in '93, the team record was 30 at the time. So they hadn't had, and that was Bruce Sutter, they hadn't had anybody, go out there and save, 35, 40, 45 games. That wasn't the way they had done it. And then Mark Wohlers ends up becoming the closer, I think, in 95 or 94, 95. And he ends up getting a big number of saves for the Atlanta Braves and is high up on that list.
0-1 the count to George Springer. George getting one final crack at a triple. He started this game with a double, a home run, and a single in the first 4 innings. Also walked. Had an amusing moment on the base paths on a double off the wall by Jose Altuve, where Springer read it off the bat. Brad Peacock was still at second. Springer basically pushed Peacock around the bases. Peacock was safe. Springer was thrown out. And they both arrived at home plate within a second of each other.
And Brad Peacock is not going to live that down for a long period of time that George was having to push him around the bases.
Well, no cycle tonight as Springer hits a slow ground ball to short, but George might beat it out, and he does. Yet another hit. Springer on base for the 5th time, his 4th hit tonight. Swanson had a little trouble getting that ball out of his glove, but that should be an infield hit.
Dansby Swanson did everything right on this except the transfer. He comes around the ball, he gets the ball in the right position, but you can see the ball rolling around in his hand. Didn't get a good grip, and all it took was that slight little hesitation, and George Springer is safe at first base.
So here's Altuve. Jose's got 4 runs batted in his last 2 at-bats. Continues to rake on the road. 3 for 5 tonight. Came in with a .377 road batting average. Altuve with runners on first and second, 2 outs in this 12-4 game in the 9th. In case you're wondering, Altuve's all-time record for most RBIs in a game is 6. Came against the Angels last year, July 24. So he's got a shot at it here. A home run would give him 7 RBIs on the night. One and 1 the count. Astros trying to improve to 57-27. The Angels lost earlier today. The Mariners have lost. So the Astros, with a win tonight, will increase their lead to 16 games.
Goodness gracious.
Which will be another franchise record. 15 coming in was the franchise record. They got there last night without playing a game. Because everybody.
That's when you know things are going well. When you don't even have to play and you gain ground on your opponents. The thing about it is, this American League West was supposed to be a good division. The Rangers were supposed to, a lot of people picked the Rangers to win this division. The Mariners were supposed to be better. The wild card were the Angels, because you didn't know what their pitching staff was going to be. The only team that you looked at that you could pretty consistently say they were going to struggle was Oakland.
Right.
But it has just not worked out for the other teams in this American League West.
They're getting to the point, all 4 of them, well, Oakland's trailing the pack. They're the only team that's won tonight, by the way, in the AL West, other than this Astros team with an 8-run lead. Is at some point here, they've got to make a decision as they get to the trade line. Do we have enough to make a run for the wild card?
It's a tough decision, and I think it's very dangerous for a general manager to look at where the standings are in the wild card and make your decision solely on that stat, that statistic. That if you're a team that's at 500, maybe a little bit below 500, you say, okay, well, we're only 4 games back. In reality, you're a below average team, and by making moves at that point, what is that going to hinder you moving forward into the next year? The last thing that a general manager wants to be in Major League Baseball right now is lukewarm. Nobody wants to be 500. You either want to be good or you want to be bad. When you're in the middle, you're setting yourself up for failure.
Rangers, the only other AL West team currently playing, and they're down 11-0 at home tonight to the Red Sox. In the 8th inning, 3-2 pitch is in the dirt. Altuve draws a walk. So Jose Altuve on base for the 4th time tonight. Altuve had a shot at the cycle too. He had a single, double, and a home run before that. So he and George Springer both having a shot at the cycle here in the final inning. Josh Reddick has a couple of singles as he bats for the 6th time. He's 2 for 5. Astros with 18 hits. That's 1 shy of their season high. They set that mark where else? On the road. They set that mark in Minnesota on the final day of May. Now with some July 4th fireworks tonight in Atlanta. 18 hits and a dozen runs. See what that new run scoring average is at home. Excuse me, on the road, because it was 6.6 coming in. They've added a dozen today, and they're continuing to bat here. So they're now up to 263 runs scored in their 39th road game. They're at 674. And add to that total, Josh Reddick has just launched. Grand slam, Reddick. 16-4, Astros.
What a drive by Josh Reddick. Gets a fastball from Jason Mott, looking for it, and drives it into the second deck in the chop house in right field of SunTrust Park. This ball is absolutely demolished.
5th career grand slam, the Georgia boy with a nice homecoming.
Fastball right down the middle. Jason Mott knows exactly what happened as soon as it comes off the bat from Josh Reddick. And he did not miss. This was one of those moments. You make contact like this, Todd. This is one of those that Jeff Blum would tell you, you don't feel it come off the bat. You know, you hit it in the sweet spot, exactly what you're trying to do, create that backspin, and hit a tape measure shot to right field.
All right, now I have to recalculate. 267 runs scored in 39 games. 6.85.
Just went up 1/10 of a run.
Went from 6.75 to 6.85.
And that's for the season.
They're averaging 6.85 runs a game in 39 games on the road.
29-9. I mean, that's a big reason why. When you get that kind of run support and you're a pitching staff, you're going to win not just most of the games. I mean, not just some of the games. You're going to win most of the games.
They have a chance to go to 21 games. With a chance, and they're up 12 with 3 outs to go. They're going to be 30-9. They're going to be 21 games over 500 on the road. It's remarkable, this team's ability to score runs away from Minute Maid Park. Oakland with the count of 1-2. Nori's 0 for 2 tonight since taking over for Carlos Correa. Oakland went to left. Gonzalez came in to play short. Correa with a bruised thumb, not even a bruised thumb, they just call it a thumb soreness on his left hand after sliding into home plate day to day. X-ray is negative. But yeah, this offense, and they did better on the last homestand at Minute Maid Park, but this offense, you get them in these visiting parks, they just go crazy.
Well, Todd, you know how I feel about this. We've talked about it several times, that I kind of feel that they have a little different approach when they go on the road.
Nori trying to hustle this one out as Adams makes the play. Mott covering and Okie it out. Josh Reddick
with the big swing, grand slam fastball right down the middle. He's sitting on fastball and he hits it into the chop house. Not the first floor, the second floor of the chop house in right field. Astros 16-4.
Ben Newrock from the 379th Air Expeditionary Wing at Al Udeid Air Base Qatar. I want to say I love you to my mom, my sister, my stepdad, my dog Chewy. I'll be thinking of you this 4th of July. Go Astros!
All right, thank you very much. Shout out to the dog Chewy as well. Jake Marisnick, who pinch hit, stayed in the game. Normally when he comes in, he plays center field, but tonight George Springer's doing so well out there. George is going to just stay in center and force Jake to go to right as James Hoyt takes over as the new pitcher. Hoyt appearing in his 22nd game on the year. Shutout appearance in his last outing.
James Hoyt, fastball, slider pitcher, throws in the low 90s, has a good flat fastball and a very nice slider. Has had a little bit of a rough time as of late. Hasn't been able to command that slider. Has been getting hit.
Got a shutout inning against the Yankees in the 8th inning of the 8-1 win on Sunday. Faced the top of the order. Now for the Braves, he'll face Danny Santana hitting the 9th spot. Then back to their top of the order, Ender Inciarte in the pitcher spot.
And Todd, sometimes that's all it takes for a pitcher, a relief pitcher, just to get one shutout inning. When it goes out there and you seem like you're giving up a run every time, you get that one pitch, you get that big out, and that might be all it takes to get you kind of going back in the right direction.
Let's hope so, because Hoyt was outstanding coming up from AAA Fresno for the first month and change.
Big time strikeout numbers. I mean, it seemed like he was striking out about 2 hitters per inning. But then slowly there started to become more contact. He lost command of the slider, wasn't able to throw it for a strike. And even though he's got a good fastball, he doesn't have a fastball good enough to go out there and pitch with just that.
On the ground, Altuve is there. And there's one out. Houston Astros Baseball and Root Sports is presented by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. And by Toyota. Let's go places. SunTrust Park, beautiful new stadium for the Atlanta Braves. Astros' first visit here, and they have tied their season mark with 19 hits. Also did that at Target Field in Minnesota earlier this year. The 17 runs against the Twins is the high mark this season. 16 tonight is the second most. As Inciarte bats and takes a called strike.
That inning in Minnesota, it seemed like about 16 of them were in that 8th inning when they scored. It was the 8th inning, right? They scored 11. Yeah.
8th inning, they were down in that game big. Down 5 in that inning, came back to end that inning up 6. They would add more in the 9th inning. They ended up scoring 28 runs against the Twins bullpen in that 3-game series in 9 innings. 40 runs total in 3 games.
It was truly remarkable to see what they did. I mean, I've never seen an inning like that. I've never seen a 3-game series like that an offense has put together just game in and game out that kind of dominance.
Astros won 16-8 in the opener in that series, 17-6 in the final game where they scored those 11 runs in the 8th inning. So this matches the second highest run scoring total of the year with that Twins game. Comebacker to James Hoyt. Let's assume the Astros get to 30-9 now.
You're going out on a limb, Todd.
Yeah, you know. They're up a dozen with 3 outs to play. So there you go. Since 1950, if you advance it further, the Yankees drop back, the Tigers drop back. We're talking about 2 other teams. The 69 Orioles, first 39 road games, and the 2001 116 win Mariners.
Yes, the Seattle Mariners were just on a roll that whole season. Unfortunately, they got knocked out in I believe the American League Championship Series by a Yankee team.
Yep. Johan Camargo is going to get a pinch hit appearance here, hitting for the pitcher spot. Jason Mott allowed a grand slam while he was in there. Josh Reddick on his way in between home plate and the dugout, pointing up to the stands. You know he's got a lot of friends and family.
Oh, yeah.
Watching this game.
I'm sure his pass list was quite substantial.
Getting a chance to hit his first Major League Grand Slam in Atlanta. He has 5 career slams, but the first time he has hit a slam in this stadium, well, obviously in this stadium, in this city. A Georgia boy who is returning home, just like Brian McCann. 0-2 the count. Astros 1 pitch away from a convincing opening game win of this 6-game road trip. 16-4 the final score. James Hoyt with a 1-2-3 ninth inning.
The player of the game is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, and it's going to be Jose Altuve with the big home run, 4 RBIs, 3 for 5. Is really the straw that stirs the drink for the Houston Astros. Jose Altuve, big swing, big home run, great player. He is our player of the game.
It will be a lot of fun to recap this one. The Astros pound the Atlanta Braves 19 hits, 16 runs as they win the opener 16-4.